गुरवे गुरुदैत्यकलक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्मसदाराध्याय गुरुपुत्रपरित्रात्रे गुरुपाखण्डकण्डकाय गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतकोट्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमत्ताय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि।
Thank you. Now I invite Dr. B. Veerabhadra Reddy, President, AP TPO's Consortium and Dean, Training and Placements, GPRC Kurnool, to deliver the welcome address.
Professor Dr. Madhumurthy Garu, Honorable Chairman, Andhra Pradesh State Council of Higher Education, Sri Subbarao Garu, Chairman of the host college, Sri Upmeet Singh, COO SSC NASCOM, Mr. Nagveer, CEO CCC, delegates, invitees, my dear fellow placement officers, ladies and gentlemen, press and media, very warm greetings and a happy morning to all of you. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you on behalf of APTPO's Consortium to this event, which is the 6th version of CDP, that stands for Capacity Development Program for the Training and Placement Officers. We are in an age where we need to shift our thinking, Vikasit Bharat by 2047. The consortium was formed about a decade ago, probably 12 years ago, at a time when Andhra Pradesh state was about to bifurcate it, because Hyderabad used to be natural destination for thousands of young graduates, boys and girls, for the last 20 odd years, because that is the source of employment opportunities. We placement officers were little skeptical about the prospects, future prospects at that time, as we are not left with that kind of a city in the residual state of Andhra Pradesh. Then we thought it's good if we have a platform. We also want to make this platform for requesting the companies not only from Andhra Pradesh but from across the country to consider recruiting students wherever they are, because we know talent.
Chairman, Andhra Pradesh State Council of Higher Education, respected and President AP TPO's Consortium, Veerabhadra Reddy Garu, Director CCC Nagveer Garu, and my dear friend Suresh, Infosys, and my dear TPO and staff members, good morning one and all. I have no role to play here. Just I say greetings to you all, and I am welcoming you all. And I should say thanks to this consortium by choosing our college as a host college, and Surendra and his team, and to select my college as a host college. Thank you and all.
Transformation brings an urgent question to all of us. Are our students, universities, and industries keeping pace with this revolution? Everyone to ask very honestly for themselves. The answer lies in how effectively we bridge this. The answer lies in how effectively we bridge the national vision to the state level execution, and the national vision to the state level execution and the institutional implementation. It's 100% right. The Government of India has introduced landmark initiatives like Digital India, Startup India, National Education Policy, and many more activities that accelerate these reforms. However, the policies are not just enough. The real transformation happens only when academia, industries, and training organizations work together to execute these strategies. Andhra Pradesh has very rich legacy of education, technology, and industrial growth. Why do I say this? Because when you see Infosys, TCS, any service companies, since 2015, I can say, we have a very strong presence in South Indian recruitment, and majority are from AP, Telangana, or Tamil Nadu. Majority are from AP, Telangana, or Tamil Nadu. It means that we have a very rich legacy in all these activities. With the leadership of APSHE, and think about creating the next generations of entrepreneurship. The future is not just about entrepreneurship. The future is not just about getting jobs. It's all about creating jobs in this decade, now and the future. We need to nurture our student entrepreneurs from the ground reality what is today. That's why we are launching few initiatives that are supporting student entrepreneurship with incubation funding and mentorship. We are collaborating with institutions to run AI-driven startup accelerators. And also, we are creating the direct corporate hiring pathways through industry integration hackathons. As Dr. Veerabhadra Reddy sir said, we are emphasizing more on hackathon-driven recruitment at least for next 2 years. Our focus must shift from degree-based hiring models to skill-based ecosystems, where students are evaluated not just by job markets, but by projects, patents, and also problem-solving abilities. So let's build the future together. And India is not just preparing for the future, India is the future. However, bridging the skill gap cannot be the responsibility of the government alone. Innovation, entrepreneurship, and industry-academia partnerships. So with your leadership, sir, on the stage, vision and act create an education ecosystem that is future ready. Let's empower the students to be job creators, not just job seekers. And let's transform the state of Andhra Pradesh into the powerhouse of digital talent and innovation. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words.
Now, I invite Dr. Upmit Singh, COO SSC NASSCOM, to deliver the special address.
A very good morning to all of you. First and foremost, I would like to thank Professor Murthy, Chairman APSHE, Shri Subbarao, Chairman KITS, Dr. Reddy, President APTO, and Mr. Nagveer, CEO CCC Digital, for inviting us here as NASSCOM to speak at this forum. my dear friends from the industry, from Infosys, from Tech Mahindra and other industry partners, esteemed TPO members, press, I warmly welcome you to this 2-day session of capacity building. While we dwell upon this capacity building initiative, we also need to first and foremost acknowledge the role of the TPOs, the pivotal role that you have in shaping the future of the students. I think you all deserve a big round of applause for yourself, right? Apart from us just speaking here, you are the folks who are actually doing it on the ground. And I see, the entire sessions that have been curated, it's well crafted, relevant, and made with the industry so that you can exchange ideas on how to take it forward. I'd just like to dwell upon a couple of facts. The World Economic Forum report of 2024 came out with 55 economies being analyzed, and they said that there will be a net 78 million jobs added by 2023. But the tricky part is 92 million jobs will become obsolete, right? And that's where your challenge will come. Your entire network that is there might need to be reshaped to enable this disruption that is going to come in due to tech and green transitions. Similarly, when you look at my co-panelists, they'll speak about India at 2047. Now, the report clearly speaks about transforming India into a tech-driven economy. And when we say tech, it's not just BTechs, it's not just engineering graduates. It will be across the, and how much we can use technology to enhance our skills. If you look at the national program on AI, it speaks about a pyramid structure where they speak about all, many, few. At the all level, they are saying that emerging technology, especially AI, needs to be understood by all. And the target that they had taken was 1 billion, right, as a population that we are in. And then they spoke about many, which was 20 million. And the use case was for, how do we use AI to enhance our productivity? That's where the broad base of India is from an educational perspective. And the target audience will be colleges, ITIs, polytechnics, etc. And the very few would be the world-class, coders, etc. And there the target that we aspire as India is just 1 million. So I would request you to keep that pyramid in mind when you also speak about this. But apart from technology, there's one very important element that we as TPOs, we as academicians need to understand, and that's resilience. With this, technology coming in and changing at such a fast pace, nobody can say what is going to be there next 2 years, 5 years, right? We can only anticipate and plan for it. But the best way to overcome any tide is resilience. How do we bounce back? I think that's the most important element that we as society should do. With those words, I'll request all of you to please use this entire opportunity as a very productive initiative to exchange ideas and for the betterment of the state and for the betterment of the country. Jai Hind. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful address.
Now I invite Professor Dr. K. Madhumurthy, Chairman, AP State Council for Higher Education, to deliver the keynote address.
Very good morning to you all. I'm really excited. Not just excited, but I am impressed to be a part of this particular program, particularly being a training and placement officer myself at one point of time. Before I go further, the dignitaries on the dais, Subbarao garu, Veerbhadra Reddy garu, Nagveer garu, and Upmat Singh garu, dignitaries of the dais, and colleagues and dear friends. I remember the days, quite some time, probably 20 years behind. I was a matchmaker, collecting resumes, finding organizations who would probably have a look at those. But gone are those days. In fact, even during that period, we faced certain challenges of the kind, during my tenure as a placement officer, we came across the Java bubble, Y2K. We had seen the bubble broke. And all too sudden, the placements, at one point of time I was very proud, thinking that the institution that I was representing was almost ranked number 4 on placements all over India. And we were also thinking of a dream job, an early concept, compared to many other institutions at that particular point of time. Which means to say we had more than one job for our own students, some of them. And the number of organizations visiting was considered, was envied by my neighboring institutions for a small number of 85 to 100 that time. Today I see the number of organizations visiting are much more. To many institutions which never, probably were novices at that particular point of time. The present role of the TPOs compared to the matchmaking that I was associated with is probably that of, as somebody was saying, being an enabler. Because the role that we have was so limited, I probably was never invited to an academic senate. I do not know still how many of you participate in your academic senate meetings or academic discussions. If at all you have never been given a chance or never been heard about, I think the institution has lost its focus. Because you know the pulse of the market, you know what's happening, you know what people are looking at, what organizations are searching for. And we have always been complaining that there is a great demand supply gap. And I remember when Kiran Karnik was the CEO of NASCOM, who suddenly brought, I think it's 2005 or 6, that they brought out a report along with McKinsey's report saying only 15 to 20% of the graduates are employable. So suddenly we were worried. I appreciate that this activity of involving all those who are associated to be shaping the future, like the TPOs, the industry leaders, the consultancies, the trainers, and probably all those who are concerned about the outcomes of education and the needs of the industry are together here to deliberate and probably explore and create such sort of avenues that would help us shape the future. In this particular context, I should say we are at crossroads, because almost we realize that most of the companies still say that our curriculum is not in line to meet the needs of their requirements or to meet their requirements. But what have we been doing? Forget about curriculum. The type of project works, the type of assignments that we give to our students are also under question. The technology that we are making use of is making fool of us at times, particularly in the academic arena. We are afraid of ChatGPT. Any report, even technical papers, and make ourselves more effective. In this particular context, as we TPOs understand the needs, we should be passing it on to the institutions to modify the curriculum appropriately and see that we also provide opportunities for the students. You know, you are the boss on the campus. They listen to you more than the head of the institution. You can control the campus. You have the power. But how well are we able to use this power more than as authority? We are not even able to discipline them. We are not even able to tell them that communication is not only speaking English. When we talk about the major complaint, particularly in some parts, we have people representing different states here. In some parts of this particular state, though people are hardworking, we realize their ability to communicate is poor. And communication doesn't just mean the language. If you have the metal, you would be able to convey what you mean. And it is not writing and reading or speaking. This is only things that go out. But what comes in is also very important. These, communication has four aspects. 2 of them go out. 2 of them come in. The other 2 are, I have to read and I have to listen as well. This is where we probably miss on. And once we are able to do this, I think our lacuna of not being able to communicate well in a foreign language could be overcome. The major difficulty that we see with these youngsters is lack of familiarity in its usage. In school, at least we were threatened by our teachers, by the administration, if we speak in any other language, we will be punished. But with grown-ups, we are not able to do so. But we must make them realize, to make them be more responsible. Similarly, there are avenues that we have to, more than this, gone are those days when I was a teacher and I am considered a sage on the stage. Now it's no more true. When I am handling a class, the last class I handled probably the last semester, if I am making use of a PowerPoint presentation as a slide, I see that more than my students watching the screen, they have been looking into their mobiles, trying to identify from where I downloaded this, and trying to see whether what all I said was truthful or no. They were trying to review me more than trying to understand. No, a good method, provided we are in a position to review, right? So the articulation of things is also very important for them to be able to present themselves so well. Having said this, we have to understand that we have suddenly gone through a change. When I was small, when I was being introduced to certain aspects of study, I was told that we have skipped one part of revolution, the industrial revolution. We pride ourselves that we are great in IT. But we have not been able to create such sort of hardware so far So we have always been thinking is all IT. And as I see in most of the institutions today, the core subjects have lost their place. Most of the programs are associated with computer science or artificial intelligence, machine learning, data sciences. Unless you give this context, nobody is likely to join your program. And this is the sort of awareness that we have to give to our to the parents, not only the wards, about the future of the nation. You know, when we talk about the progress, when somebody said India is the future, the vision statements that came through, Swarnandhra or Viksit Andhra or Viksit Bharat, they are philosophies of progress. They are philosophies of sustainability. They are philosophies of inclusive development. And it all means there are several dimensions of development that we need to go through. And this particular context, I find at this juncture that we, as the placement officers, as the counselors for the young generation, have a major role to play. In fact, as responsible citizens, we are here to explore, to innovate, and create such sort of future generations who would be able to adapt themselves and be able to overcome these problems. Having seen such changes taking place, we also realize that every change is a problem for us while we are working or when we are learning. And these changes which lead us to problems are definitely challenges unless we have resources. And provided we are able to assemble those are opportunities for us to explore, for us to learn, and for us to create the future. So all problems are good, not all problems are bad. In this particular context, the challenge arises for us to innovate. You know, as somebody was saying, the challenge here when it comes to that of education is, I hope you don't mind if I take 5 more minutes. The challenge here, as I see, once I have taken up this responsibility, is we have come through a generation, and suddenly there was a transformation because of the pandemic. Today when I go to the classroom, I see a sea change in the people that I address in the classrooms. They stayed at home for almost 2 years, and we should feel proud of ourselves that without losing an academic year, we were able to overcome such a difficulty through our digital mission that we have initiated much earlier. And that's a surprising fact, that we have not lost an academic year, whereas some of the developed nations did. And in this context, it is also said, these people have become more vulnerable. They have got disconnected from the society. And they do not even know the etiquettes and values that the earlier batches at least displayed. Unfortunately, it is a disconnect. And if we are trying to talk about the future of the nation, the future of the generations, we have to prepare the pipeline that comes into our higher education. Incidentally, I hope that we are all here representing higher education. But there is something that this higher education also depends on. That is the primary sort of education, the secondary education that leads to higher education. Unless the pipeline is clear, we cannot teach them values here. We cannot teach them etiquettes and mannerisms. We should not be losing those that we were proud of ourselves at one point of time. Unfortunately, that's another challenge that's ahead of us. And in addition to this, we should also realize, as Upmat Singh has been citing the World Economic Forum's statistics, probably a latest one, is an expectation that 85 million jobs would vanish by 2025, right? And don't have to feel bad, because 97 million jobs are going to get created in new areas of skill. That means to say, the old jobs may not exist, but for those who get prepared for this newer sort of skills, there are still avenues. And we also understand that there is almost 1 million people joining the workforce every year. And the type of jobs that we create are not that many. So the sort of challenges that we are trying to face is also, and you should understand that India being populous, we thought it was a disadvantage at one point of time. Today, we are, this is a demographic dividend that we are drawing. We have close to 65% of our population in youth, who are in the age group of, say, 15 to about 64 years of age. That's the statistics. And the youth between 15 to 29 is something like 27%. And India will be on this increasing pattern. This growth will increase till almost 2040. From 2040 onwards, it becomes a burden, demographic burden, in the sense the percentage of youth seem to be declining till 2060. So we need to also address something else, not just this particular part of skill development, but also plan for certain other areas. We have also seen that certain areas we may be strong at, but there are also other areas that we should be concentrating upon. Say, for example, there are areas like green energy, data science, automation, green technologies. All this will probably create the future market and something of the similar nature. So we should also be cashing upon some of these areas by making our curriculum much more effective. So far, even today, students have been studying subjects by the title of the subject. And our education system, unfortunately, is something very different, which is expected to be a silo of common sense. Education, if done properly, should be storing all that knowledge here to address any problem that one comes across. But unfortunately, we are putting in subjects by title, removed within, we have a cache memory. Soon after the exam, it is rubbed off. And we do not realize that this sort of a common sense is much more essential than the degrees that we generate. Very soon, skills would attain more power than the degrees that we award. So institutions, if they do not upgrade themselves with such sort of practical orientation and the industry-based curriculums and practices, I think we will be much more outdated. In that particular context, we are trying to, we are striving to create such a message amongst the universities, amongst the institutions, to upgrade their own curriculum, to be more practical, to include such sort of internships or apprenticeship. We did initiate the internships program, but we realize that there are teething troubles. I don't say we are much effective, but we have partnerships getting generated. Let me take one particular example. As TPOs, as industry leaders, we could also be innovative. Take the example of some of the engineering colleges. We are hosted by one such institution here. Sir, do you have PG programs here? MTech? Do you have good intake in that? Better than? It's a relative term. I have some approved intake. How many seats are filled in this is the question. And any vacant seat, because I have recruited faculty for this, I have created resources or facilities for this. It's a wastage, national wastage of investment, if I am not able to make use of this. And many of those institutions have such sort of vacancies still existing. There should be no vacant seat in any of the institutions if we are to be prepared to address such sort of a challenge of meeting the human resource requirements. Can we not think of a mechanism? I do not know. I want you to deliberate on. When we are recruiting, if I am a recruiter, if I represent an industry, if I am an industry leader, if I am recruiting, can I not pass on this ownership to this institution and say, you train these people that I selected, and after 1 year, they are going to join my workforce. We are ready. Because as an institution, I think I am a generalist. I am not preparing any student for a specific industry, neither for a tire making, nor for a semiconductor complex. I think my students should address every general aspect, because I think my philosophy is to create a silo of common sense. But that's not happening. But now that there is a need somewhere existing, instead of industry investing on this preliminary training, can they not pass on this aspect to the institution that we run? At some places, for some occasions, we also have an opportunity to pay them stipend. So it goes free. If they join my MTech program, where stipend is possible, then I train them free. After 1 year, you take them into your roles. That's a possibility. So we can probably come up to assist the education system in a sense of passing on not only the needs and requirements, but also to coming up with linkages that could probably make things, our own activities, much more effective. So, I think I've taken much of your time. I know you have several such ideas. I wish that you would all deliberate on such innovative, mind-boggling, and thought-provoking initiatives that we look forward to. And if possible, we would like to appraise the universities in making. Incidentally, this particular state has started appointing new vice chancellors. We have 9 of them on board, and a few more are likely to join very soon. And many of them are with such sort of a background where they would like to initiate such developmental activities. And we urge on behalf of this government of Andhra Pradesh that in this particular context, we would leave no stone unturned to make the education system little more effective, much more effective, and we have committed ourselves for creation of 20 lakh jobs, right, in this tenure. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best. I extend my thankfulness for the organizers, for all those who have been involved, and for inviting me, and especially KKR and Kids College for hosting such an important event and hosting all of us. Have a good time. I know you also have a free time. Take care.
Thank you, Professor Dr. K. Madhumurthy, for your provoking, enlightening address and practical examples.
Thank you very much, sir. In continuation with the vision of our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, and our IT Minister, Sri Nara Lokesh Garu, and our leader, Madhumurthy Garu, has designed a job for us to provide such number of jobs. So in this alignment, I am happy to share that NASCOM in association with APSSDC, AFSHI, and with a lot of prime skills, and in collaboration with Andhra Pradesh Treatment Officers Consortium, is organizing a mega career fair in Geetham University on 5th and 6th of this thing. Take this forward towards all the students who are aspirants. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to officially inaugurate that poster on the dais and take the things forward. I request the dignitaries to unveil that poster, which is a career fair organized by the NASCOM on 5th and 6th of March. We will officially share all these registration link and the posters. The companies visiting on 5th and 6th at Geetham University, Visakhapatnam on our official WhatsApp group. I request Kishindra sir to take forward the felicitation point.
Now it's time to honor our esteemed inaugural guest.
I invite the AP TPO Consortium Core Committee to felicitate our distinguished guests as a token of our gratitude.
Let us extend a warm round of applause as we proceed with the felicitation.
Now I invite the core committee to felicitate Mr. Dr. K. Madhumurthy Garu.
Next, I invite the core committee for the felicitation of Dr. Uppit Singh, COO SSC NASCOM.
Now I invite our consortium to felicitate Mr. Nagavir Garu. I invite a consortium to felicitate
Chandra, where is Chandra? Please come.
Dr. K. Subbarao Garu, the chairman of KIDS. I request our TPO sir to join this moment. I request Chandrasekhar Reddy sir to join this moment. Welcoming Mr. Chandrasekhar Reddy, the TPO of KIDS College. I request the esteemed guests on the stage to be seated.
Thank you very much. It's my privilege to announce that all the placement officers of Andhra Pradesh are taken care by Geetham University in terms of accommodation, in terms of food, everything, and they welcome you all on behalf of NASCOM to Geetham University, Visakhapatnam. And it's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks to, on behalf of AP TPO Consortium, from the bottom of my heart, the host college, KIDS College, Subbarao Garu, for the accepting our invitation and hosting this wonderful event here, the lovely event which is we are all enjoying. And I heartfully thank our chief guest, Dr. Madhumurthy Garu, with no second thought, heartily welcomed us and has spent 15 minutes of time. He is very passionate about making the Andhra students into employable and to reach the greater goals. We are all work for you as a team, as a back force along with you, sir. And it's my sincere thanks to NASCOM COO Utthit Singh Garu for kindly accepting an invitation on behalf of the NASCOM. He has already presented here and has a couple of meetings with IT Minister as well. And I request everyone to utilize this opportunity of the NASCOM fair and make sure that the vision of our Chief Minister and IT Minister in providing lakhs of jobs to the Andhra students will make into reality with all these initiatives. Next, I would like to thank the Nagavir Garu, the title sponsor for last 3 years, successfully for supporting the consortium from the day one. With a single phone call, he is just confirming everything for us. Whatever you want, you can go ahead. I am always with you. And not only Nagavir, I thank all the sponsors, the hospitality sponsors, the diamond, gold sponsors, and the silver sponsors, and the gifting sponsors. Not but not the least, the corporates. 28 corporates have been participating in this event from today and tomorrow. Out of 33 what we invited, because of lack of their immediate schedules and last minute preparations, a few corporates are not able to join, but they convey the message. We will share it with you. And it's our privilege to thank each and every placement officer across AP and Telangana, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra who traveled here, at the state heads, Dr. Ganesh from Tamil Nadu, and my dear friend Dr. Jairam from Telangana TPO Association, and Telangana TPO Mr. Srinivas, Consortium Secretary, who are all making this event a grand success, which makes everyone to feel happy. These 2-day proceedings definitely will take you a good takeaways to you, where you can deliver and extend the same impact to your students for the wonderful development of the nation and wonderful development of the Andhra Pradesh. I wish a best of luck for all the participants, and I'm at the last, I'm failing in my job if I will not thank the media press coverage, the TV2 and Suman IT TV, which is giving exclusive coverage for you on the live coverage. You can share it to your family members. They can see the live the entire day today. just by sitting at the home. Thank you one and all, and I thank all the staff members of kids who are working very hard. There are two jatras that has happened already. Jatra number 1, 11 days Infosys hosted. Out of 20,000 students hosting campus, 10,000 students are hosted only in the kids. That is the kind of preparation that Subbarao Garu and the team of kids has well. And the second jatra is with our placement officers. I'm very thankful to all the management staff and particularly the volunteers for extending their unwavering and unbeatable cooperation in making this a grand success. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, after an eventful
ట్రెడిషన్ ఏంటంటే జనగణమన పాడరు, అందరం కలిసి పాడాల్సిందే ఈ కాలేజీలో. జస్ట్ దే విల్ స్టార్ట్ అండ్ యూ విల్ కంటిన్యూ.
Jai Hind.
I request all the TPOs and sponsors members, please be here till the chief guest leave the campus. I request all the members, there is no coffee break or tea break. Everything will be served inside the hall only. Guest ఉన్నాడు ఆయన పోకుండా. used to get crash.
Don't go too complex. There is something on the lighter side as well.
Lighter side, yes. No. Hey, how recycle bin will crash? Hey, Gopi. Yes. Okay, I will give one clue as he asked lifeline. The first letter is W.
The
Almost
first
all.
word is
Almost all. No.
first letter.
You are very close.
Right,
You're
ma'am.
right.
Website, very good.
The answer is website.
So congratulations, madam. Congratulations. Inko question kalli. One
And the
more
next question
One
is,
more question.
the more you take, the more you leave behind. What am I? I repeat the question. Wrong answer.
No, 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 box you want? White
The
cover.
more you take, the more you leave behind. What am I?
White cover, white cover.
No, ma'am. No. I repeat the question. The more you take, the more you leave behind. What am I?
Gifts.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
So
No,
let me
ma'am.
give you a term. It's more like a general question.
Correct answer. Footsteps is the correct answer.
Oh, one more. Very difficult to give. Okay, congrats. Sir, Nagavir sir. Nagavir sir. Completely your team is winning all the prizes. Your team is winning. Congratulations. Now we are going to start the second session. Kavya, please.
Welcome back all. It is a privilege to invite Mr. Nagavir, founder and CEO of CCC Digital India Private Limited, onto the stage.
With over 20 years of experience in technology, consulting, and digital education, he has held key positions at Microsoft, Accenture, TCS, and GE, driving business transformation at the highest level.
Sir, we are eager to hear from you. Please join us.
bridging the gap between aspiration and achievement. Through CCC Digital India, his vision is to lead the way in software development and outsourcing, shaping the future of technology. With over 900,000 students trained and more than 811,000 placed in industry giants like Microsoft, Amazon, TCS, IBM, and Google, CCC is more than an institution, it's a movement. Our mission? To revolutionize education, seamlessly connecting colleges with corporates, and empowering the workforce of tomorrow. We don't just build careers, we create legacies. The future belongs to those who dare to shape it, and we are here to lead the charge. This is CCC. This is the revolution. A visionary, an educationalist, a businessman, and the man who envisions to empower 100 million by 2028. This is just the beginning. Let's hear it from the leader himself on his next mission.
Again, respected dignitaries, esteemed academicians, corporate leaders, and partners in innovation. It's an honor to stand before you today, addressing the leaders, shaping the future of education, employment, and industry transformation in India. There's an unstoppable force reshaping every industry. As we have been in the morning, you are seeing so many stalls across. Can I know what is this unstoppable force that is reshaping every industry? Anybody in the audience? What is the unstoppable force that is going to reshape every industry? AI, that's right. So we live in the time of an unprecedented change, a time where artificial intelligence is no longer an emerging technology, but a fundamental driver of the global economy. As we have seen in the morning, the global AI market is set to grow by 600% in 6 years, from $214 billion in 2024 to $1.3 trillion by 2030. Do you know, while there is a talk, even you heard in the morning, there are about 85 million traditional jobs getting displaced, and there is a creation of 97 million new AI roles, AI-driven roles, which are looking forward for every student to aspire. 63% of the business worldwide will integrate with AI in next 3 years. So the critical question is, are we ready? Are we really ready? I mean, are we genuinely ready? Because if we are not, we are risking the producing graduates unprepared for AI-dominated careers. So a year back, if you see, last APTPO Forum Consortium, which happened in Kurnool, we have launched Razorhire.ai. This aligns to the demand in the market, and we are extremely happy to know that, to tell you that how this product has shaped supporting the entire ecosystems of institutes, corporates, and students. As of today, we have introduced about 43 startups and corporations which are using our tool, Razorhire.ai, for their recruitment purpose. In 2025, we are aiming this number to touch 200 startups and corporate institutes. It's quite satisfying to see the overwhelming response as of today. As we celebrate this success, we recognize that the learning cycle of every student must accelerate at least by 5x as on today. Take a simple example. The younger generation no longer has the patience to watch a movie at a normal speed. If their consumption of the entertainment has changed, how can we expect them to learn at the same old pace? Speed is the new currency. The choices we make today will define whether Andhra Pradesh and other states emerge as a leader and remains as a follower in the AI revolution by 2047. The time to act is now. We must build an AI-ready workforce. This vision drove us to create a CCC AI world, as you have walked into our stalls, bringing together the right partners who match our need for the speed. In our product division, VILS.ai joined us as our AI engineering partner, helping us to push the boundaries of innovation. As we step into 2025, our theme is very clear: speed of learning, speed of adoption, speed of evaluation, speed of assessments, speed of technology. Because in this era, the faster we adapt, the further we lead. To keep pace with this speed, for people, partners, and technology, we identified two critical areas where rapid readiness is very much essential for all of us who are in this room today. So for this, one is establishing a global capability center. We have set this up in Hyderabad to drive innovation and scalability, as I have told in the morning. So there's a space where we have set up this entire global capability center in Hyderabad to drive innovation and scalability. The AI-powered solutions for accelerated student and learning, ensuring our students stay ahead with cutting-edge technology. To align with this vision, we have established our Research, Technology and Development Center in Hyderabad, Financial District, with about 15,000 square feet, incubation and development hub designed to drive innovation and growth. Touchwood, our talks with Google and Amazon should take us to the next leap very soon. In just a year, we have honored more than about 1,000 five-star reviews, which is a testament to the impact we are creating. And this is just a beginning, and the journey continues. We have also created a pool of enablers in the space of training, consulting, projects, services, and products. Today we have one of our engineering partners, VILS.ai, who are getting the vision to reality. Coming to 2025, can we play?
Speed is the new currency. The faster you adapt, the further you go. The question is, are you fast enough? In a world where AI is rewriting the rules, slow decision-making isn't just inefficient, it's lethal. At CCC, we don't just keep up with change, we drive it, we accelerate it. Welcome to CCC, the future of AI-powered talent, entrepreneurship, and hiring. With this commitment, we have embarked our vision for 2025 with two big themes. Theme 1, go the AI agent way. Theme 2, build a futuristic capability center. With our engineering partner VILS AI, our first theme is centered around accelerating our future solutions through multiple AI agents. Our 8 AI agents, which include Career Agent, Startup Agent, Resume Agent, Skill Agent, Interview Agent, Hiring Agent, Academic Agent, and Internship Agent. Our Theme 2 focuses on Futuristic Capability Center with 3 key initiatives. The 3 initiatives are, first, accelerator programs focusing on 3 M's: money, market, and mentorship. Secondly, we focus on startup initiatives, transforming ideas into scalable ventures. Our third and final venture is CEO Hat for TPO, campus leaders inspiring future founders. We call it CCC to GCC, taking talent from India to the world. If you're not evolving, you're already behind. At CCC, AI-driven career acceleration, RazorHire.ai speeds up fresher hiring, AI-powered career mapping, AI-based interview simulations, AI-powered entrepreneurship and incubation, startups propelled with AI solutions, global VC access for investment-ready startups, AI hackathons fueling the next big ideas. AI-powered coding and certifications, exclusive leadership boot camps, and corporate mentorship at scale. CCC isn't just creating professionals, we're building a workforce for the AI revolution, a future where talent is borderless, where startups scale globally, and where hiring is instant, intelligent, and impact-driven. Our vision to bridge India's talent with global opportunities to transform education, hiring, and entrepreneurship, not tomorrow, but now. Think fast, move faster, the world won't wait. Join CCC, the AI revolution starts now.
Yeah, thank you. So, the AI agents, what was shown here, the future of AI-driven education and industry integration. Our AI agents are set to revolutionize education, research, and business processes. For education institutions, adopting AI agent means 1. Personalized learning experiences, 2. Industry-relevant AI projects, 3. Startup enablement. The future of learning and innovation is AI-driven, and this is the time to embrace it now. The second theme that you have seen here is in the launch video about our Global Capability Center for the Startup World. In this 2025, our journey evolves from CCC to GCC, driving innovation and impact through campus to corporate to find jobs, classroom to startups, creating jobs, and India to the world, best PIC, building a future-proof global AI workforce. So, as an education partners, we need to stay ahead, embrace AI-driven transformation today, partner with CCC Global Capability Center to implement 1. AI-powered solutions, 2. Industry collaborations, 3. AI-driven startup programs. The AI revolution is here, and let's lead it together. So what are we doing at our Global Capability Center? Just in a gist. The purpose of sharing this background is to highlight that the foundation of this entire vision was laid here in this forum and last year. Each one of us, especially the TPOs, has phenomenal opportunity to shape its future. I see the TPOs at APTPO Forum have already evolved from placement enablers to talent architects in ensuring the best fit employment for students. Now the next big opportunity lies in cultivating the entrepreneurial mindset among TPOs, empowering them to drive innovation and startup culture within their institutions. Today, in alignment with this agenda, we are excited to launch another initiative focusing on taking a future journey which enables our TPOs. Maybe a video, please.
Attention TPOs, this is a game changer. You can't afford to miss this. The CEO Hat for TPO program is here to revolutionize the way you think about placements. The CEO Hat program transforms training and placement officers into startup enablers. Imagine guiding your students not just to jobs, but into the heart of startup culture, helping them create jobs. This program gives you everything you need: industry connections, startup ecosystem insights, and mentorship skills. You'll be able to connect students with founders, investors, and incubators, guiding them from ideation to launch. By embracing the CEO Hat, you're not just placing students in roles, you're empowering them to become the next generation of entrepreneurs. This is about fostering an innovation-driven culture that bridges the gap between academia and the startup world. Join us in transforming the future, one student, one startup at a time. Ready to wear the CEO hat? Let's make it happen. Partner with CC because the future starts now.
Yeah. So at our Global Capability Center, our first mission is to elevate and empower TPOs, enabling them to step up into this new world of entrepreneurship. Through this initiative, our TPOs here have the advantage of 1. Bridging the academia and industry with AI-driven pipelines, 2. Establish corporate partnerships with live AI projects and case studies, 3. Design tailored killing roadmaps to equip students for the future. So our TPOs are more than placement enablers. They are the driving force behind the talent transformation. So this is the QR code, and we are taking the first batch of CEO hat for TPO, kickstarting the journey of active entrepreneurship on campus. We invite all the interested team TPOs here to scan the QR code and register to be part of the first CEO hat for TPO batch launching April 2025. Before I conclude, here are the few key reminders. 1, this is the time to act now. 2, the world is advancing at AI speed and India must lead this transformation. 3, waiting may not be the right option. 4, we must work together to ensure our students, universities, and industries embrace AI agents, capability development, and entrepreneurship as pillar of success. Let's collaborate, innovate, and let's shape the future together. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was an amazing session. Now we have the privilege of inviting Mr. Ravishankar Aradhya, CEO of Future Space.
Mr. Ravishankar Aradhya, serial entrepreneur, edtech visionary, technology upskilling advocate, ex-co-founder ABC for technology training, and ex-founder of Pentagon Space.
With 17 years of experience in the edtech industry, founded Future Space to bridge the gap between academia and industry.
Passionate about upskilling graduates and professionals, he aims to make advanced technology education affordable and accessible.
With a strong background in teaching and training, he has mentored thousands, equipping them with essential technical skills.
Future Space focuses on delivering niche technologies, empowering individuals to stay ahead in the evolving tech landscape.
Additionally, the company plays a crucial role in providing placement opportunities, helping students and professionals secure dream jobs.
We are honored to have you with us today, sir.
Hello.
Hi, good morning, all of you. There was a small delay in the PPT presentation, but anyway, myself, Ravishankar Aradhya, founder of Future Space. Prior to this, I was the founder of Pentagon Space, and prior to that, I was the co-founder of ABC for Java and testing. And somehow, for every 5 years, I've been coming up with some new companies with new technologies getting implemented. So now, after 10-15 years of experience in the IT industry, now we are coming up with Future Space with some new things to be implemented in the education front. So one thing as a team that we believe is change is the only thing that is constant, and that all of us have to be aware of that. And with this rapid pace of technology changing and AI being the core of everything, today anything that we do has to be enabled with AI. Keeping that in mind, there are three verticals that Future Space services. One is the student community, second is the institutions, and third is the clients. And with over 8 to 10 months of research, we have come up with a couple of new products and offerings in which I am not telling I would be teaching AI, rather we have implemented in our products which would enable students, the institutions and the client to have a better platform to engage students. And in this regard, yeah, just a minute. Go back, just a minute. Go back. So yeah. So one thing is for sure, with the way technology is moving, these three things will completely eat up the technology in no time. One is your ChatGPT, second is your DeepSeek, and the third one is the generative AI. So generative AI is the latest thing in which you need not write anything, you need not code anything, where everything gets done automatically. And what the big three names in the industry tell us, next one. So this was the report released by Google in the last 6 months, where 25% of the people who are coding are not at all coding, because everything is getting generated automatically. They are just reviewing the code. Second, if in case you have knowledge of AI, it is good, else don't worry about it. AI generally works on the data that we give to it. The fact of the matter is the entire data is already eaten up by all the modules. Even the data given to AI today is synthetic. So why I am telling this, I'll come back to this later. And the last one is, moving into the future, maybe 10 years from now, only these three jobs might survive is the prediction. One are the people who will be coding. Second, who are in the energy sector, because it's quite a complex one where the AI models will not be understanding how the things goes on. And the last one is the biologist, not the doctors, rather the biologist. Now, before I move forward, today I am not here to tell that our Future Space will give course on AI, will give course on Java. Yes, that's the part and parcel of the services that we give. But what I am trying to tell here is, the product that we have now implemented truly implements AI in it, which would serve all the three verticals that we are serving. One is the education institutions, second is the client, and third is the student community. Yeah, just move forward. So this is the facility that we have back in Bangalore, because we are based out of Bangalore. So it's in, the head office is in Indira Nagar, but the operating office is in BTM. We are trying to come up with few more centers in the near future. And this is something that we as people in the education system should be very, very aware of. From morning we have been discussing that how do we cope up with the changes that are happening. This is a very important one. With the latest curriculum of CBSE and ICSE, if you are aware of. As low as 6th standard students today are studying C, C++, Java, SQL, and by the time they reach engineering, there would not be any subjects left for you to place them. So morning, Chairman sir was telling if in case TPOs are not included in the academic discussion, the vision is not set right. It's exactly what I'm trying to point out, because people should know what students are studying and at what level they are studying. And today these subjects, if they have already studied in the 6th standard, by the time they come to engineering, just imagine the complexity of the subject that would get introduced. Yeah, next one. So at Future Space, we have couple of offerings for students. One is the long-term course. Yes, I was not well into what these things are. It's everything is there in the website, and maybe in case I do meet in person, I would explain what each of the offerings do give to the students. So Tech Titan is a 4-year program. Tech Sprint is a 4 to 5 months program. And every course that we offer, if in case the student wants a global recognition, yes, he can get enrolled to it. Hire for Sure program is something where we assure a placement. Yes, there are many ways to do it, but in more often than not, in more of the cases, if the student gets enrolled to that, we assure that the student will get placed. And today, money is everything for everyone. Every business, every student is looking into it, where high-paying job is something all of them would look for. We have a separate module where we train students to get into the product-based companies, where a minimum package would be starting from 10 and it would go till 45 lakhs. And this we have mastered over the years, how to crack the FANG and MANG companies. We have trainers who are not just trainers, but they are really from the industry, who will help the students to crack the required product-based companies in the manner which they have to do. And the last one is, of course, with various universities implementing internship as one of the semester itself. And we all know the way internships are being conducted, and it's an open secret that none of us would discuss. But we are very upfront on that. But internship at Future Space would be done the way it has to be done, where the student would really get an exposure of how a project gets implemented from scratch. Yeah, this was on the student front. Yeah, all the TPOs and other dignitaries who have attended here, this is something that I would like to offer to all the college people. Maybe once you go back to the college and tell what was the takeaway from the AP TPO consortium, you can tell that Future Space now has come up with a new model where we invest initially, rather than taking the money from the colleges, where we invest up to 1 to 1.5 CR in every college to build a center of excellence. It depends upon the strength of the college, where a state-of-the-art facility would be built to each of the college with whom we associate with. And we would also connect a lot of startups to the colleges on campus. More important, the faculty development. We truly believe that as long as the teachers gets upgraded and are in sync with what the technology is, students will not be able to upskill themselves. So in this regard, faculty development program would be coming in with the Center of Excellence. With over 17 years of experience in this industry, we have more than 3,000 plus clients with whom we work with. Only the company names might be changing with whom I might be working. But we as a team, we are connected to more than 3,000 clients. And once we build a center of excellence in your college, this entire base becomes your base. That means that your college can now directly interact with 3,000 plus clients. Yeah. The last one is industry collaboration. That's where we told you that we connect at least 30 to 40 startups to each of the colleges that we set up Center of Excellence. What is that AI driven model on our LMS? I'll be speaking very soon. Yeah. The next one. This is for our clients, and we have been serving clients for more than last 15 years, and we exactly know what they require from the student. One is day one billable resource is what they require for. Second is the truly assessed candidates, where this assessment manually would not be done anymore, because all of us are using AI-enabled tools, and the same is the case in our case also. And it would be an in-depth knowledge transfer. Of course, the syllabus changes every day. The same is the case. We also do update ourselves, and the syllabus that we deliver would be in par with what the industry is asking today. So the client offerings, and you can be very sure that if in case you hire from us, you will be building a team for the hiring process. Yeah. Next one. So this is something which we have worked on for at least the last 1 year, which excites each one of you sitting here, because initially we were speaking about how the communication plays a major role and how the people at the rural part are finding it very difficult to communicate. First one, the LMS that we are using, yes, most of us use the LMS and it is truly AI driven, first one. Second, there are multiple types of reports that the placement officer or the college people or the student coordinate can pull out. Maybe once you get associated with us, we would definitely show it. The most important module that we have implemented in this is the AI personal assistant. This we have driven from the fact that when we were studying, or when our elder brother or sisters was studying, there was a rule where as soon as you come from the college, you were made to sit, you are made to study for 1 hour and then only you could do other works. The same module we have implemented in our LMS, where we have a personal assistant where the student has to introduce himself before he starts to take up the LMS. This module will gauge the student on multiple things. One, what his technical capability is. Second, what his communication levels are. Third, in what manner his programming standards are. Communication level, it will set whether the student is capable of forming the words, whether he is capable of forming the statements, or whether he is good at forming the paragraphs. Depending upon that, it will set a base on that, and for every 20 minutes or every day on 20 minutes basis, he has to interact with this module, where this is for a lifetime access. Student, if in case he interacts with this personal assistant for 3 months, he would become a pro where he can enter the HR interview with confidence. Second, on the technical form, say supposing now some concepts we have completed on arrays, he has to take up an interview, and this is not a textual interview, it's a verbal interview which the AI would be asking the student and we has to answer it back. This goes on till he becomes perfect in arrays. And the most important thing is, back at Future Space we have drives conducted almost on daily basis. The AI model is designed in such a way that if in case we upload the job description into this, it would automatically take the last 5-year questions that the company has asked for, and it will also predict what question might come up, and the mock interview would be scheduled. Student, before he attends the interview, he has to take up this mock interview, where he would be able to be very confident by the time he gets into the interview mode. For example, next week if Infosys is coming, if we just need to upload the JD into this module, which will automatically pull out the last 5-year question papers of Infosys. Not only that, it will also predict what question might be asked in the next coming interview. And the student has to continuously take up this exam till he attends the Infosys drive. Yeah. Next one. So this is the icing on the cake for all the placement officers who have been attending this APTPO consortium. From the March, April and May, yes, we have spoken to many clients, because on-campus drives are coming to an end. If in case your student gets enrolled to the Future Space program, any of the programs, what we can ensure is for the next 4 months, we can bring in companies on campus. Of course, I am again very specific on that. It is not for all the students of the college, it is only for those students who get enrolled. And in the next 4 months, what we can ensure is at least 10-15 drives per month is what we can ensure for the on-campus drives. Yeah. The last but not the least, before I conclude, if you think AI is something that is in the future, again we would be wrong. And if in case you sit down and tell in the last 15 years we have done something, on that basis tomorrow you'll be doing something new, again that would also become wrong, because every day is changing. What happens tomorrow we can never be predicting, but today is the world of AI driven thing. So once again I would like to welcome each one of you to the future, and I would like to introduce my new company, Future Space, where I would like to collaborate with students, with colleges and the client. And once again I thank the entire forum to giving an opportunity for us to present what we are capable of doing. And in these 2 days, I would like to network and collaborate with many people regarding various offerings that Future Space can give. Yeah. Thank you one and all. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. That was an insightful session. Next, we will be moving on to the first panel discussion.
Now we move on to our first panel discussion on the topic empowering future leaders, leveraging technology for skill development.
For this insightful discussion, we have a distinguished panel of experts joining us. I would like to invite Dr. Ramakrishna, Managing Director of F-Tronics, Mr. Vivekananda Challa, Tech Mahindra, Mr. V. Balachakradhar, HCL Tech, Mr. Nara Suresh, Infosys, Mr. Srinivas Patnaik, partner of Triple C, onto the dais. I would like to invite Mr. Veerabhadra Reddy Garu onto the dais.
To lead and moderate this engaging discussion, we are honored to invite Mr. D. Ramakrishna, Managing Director of Effectronics, onto the stage.
Sir, with your vast experience and expertise in innovation and technology-driven growth, we look forward to your valuable insights in steering this conversation. We request you to take the lead as the moderator for this session.
Could you repeat? Okay, yeah, I think semi-circular. Good morning to all of you, or good afternoon to all of you. It's nice that we are all maybe before lunch. So the few of the dimensions, all of us are worrying about AI or otherwise this, that. Maybe today we are talking about Trump and various dimensions of various directions. But what is the reality, what is happening, what is going to the future? The few dimensions I would like to discuss. When you are talking the future leaders, that is a subject which is given to us. When you are talking future leaders, are we really needs future as a leaders, or what is going to be the future of the scenario? Why I am talking future leader is, leader means he should lead and there should be a lot of people who has to be follow the people. Are we really needs leaders in the coming days, or what is going to the future scenarios? We will try to look into that dimension in the first. So I want every panelist to say their opinion. Maybe let us take everything in a crisp and sharp. Maybe everybody can take a couple of minutes so that we can cover multiple dimensions so that it is interactive. Thank you.
Thanks for introducing the topic, sir. Looking at the future leaders, I think we all understand and know that basically change is the only constant. And for a leader to be at abreast of being leading, he needs to understand what the change is, be adaptable himself, and create an adaptable team. So that's the biggest enablement that a leader in the technology can do. He need not be an SME, but he needs to understand what the impact of the change that is coming in. I mean, for example, all of us learned a lot from the COVID which happened. Before that, we did not have any idea that we would be working, using a lot of technology and working from home, working from remote areas, working from anywhere in fact, and enabling things to come. And then we have adapted that very quickly. But that was a forced change. I think what we need to inculcate within ourselves, not keeping it too long, we need to inculcate within ourselves is to be adaptable and make it a second nature to be adaptable. That's what I would like to say. Thank you.
So hi everyone, good afternoon. Myself Bala from HCL Tech. So coming on to the topic of how to develop leadership using this AI. So being a leader is not so easy because a lot of things are data driven. Without data, we cannot take any decisions. If we take any decisions without a data, it may be a thing that can lead us to wrong directions. So using AI, there are multiple ways. While we are sitting here, most of the work is being done by AI. I've automated multiple things while working here in parallel. So the data which is given to us, it can be in terms of hiring, it can be in terms of employee workability, right? We always talk about accuracy, and we always talk in terms of time and material, right? The amount of time we work is equal to the amount of things that we generate. So we use AI in terms of helping us lot of tools to analyze the data and take decisions so that the leader have a lot of time to concentrate on other aspects where a human touch is required, right? So data is usually can be managed by AI, and the human touch where you have to go and talk to the people, understand what is their needs, what are their roles to be performed, handhold them and do a couple of things and bring up to the levels what our expectations are. So this is what I feel.
Yeah, so I kind of agree. I really like what Sir was talking about from an adaptability standpoint. Coming from a business transformation background, when we set up Center of Excellence and when we kind of drive these adoptions, speed is a very thing which is very important, you know. We go with a very defined formula which is called as E is equal to Q multiplied A. So E is your effectiveness, which all of us strive for, and when we are driving this effectiveness, it's not from me, it's from by the books they say, which is probably realized through the corporate life, where you understand that a Q is your delivery excellence and A is your acceptance to that change. We do a great job, but if people don't accept it, then it's gone. So keeping that in mind, the biggest shift or the change which has happened is the speed in which the adaptability is needed. As Sir said, the COVID times and pre-COVID times, the speed of change was little slow. So those who were little proactive were making it out of the box, and those who were reactive were following that. But now it looks like 90% or 100% of us have to be proactive so that the adoption is faster. If we lose on that, then it's very difficult. Keeping that in mind, I also want to recall upon what Mr. Nagvir from CCC, our partner, has shared. Is like, take an example of razor hair that we introduced last year. In creating that entire profile for any student, it used to take almost around 6 days. What we thought is it is very important for them to internalize what they are trying to do. They need to know what is a benchmark, so that then they have the adoption. So the razor hair came up with a lot of inbuilt profiles which the student should know, and from the first year they should start adopting. If that pace is kind of made at the earliest and people drive it in that strive, it will make a difference. 3 things which I see as a change leader also. Long back they were saying intelligent quotient, and then they started saying it as emotional quotient, IQ, and then EQ. And the trend and the mantra now is all about CQ, which is your change quotient. With that, I'll pass on.
Thank you, sir. Interaction with our friends, sir. For any business, who are the most important people? This question is for the audience. Well said. Customers. So who are the customers for educational institutions that you and I are representing? Students is one answer. Any other answer, please? Himabindu madam is saying students. She is also saying parents. Sinu, is it Sinu who gave this answer? Any surprise gift, please, to Sinu? Srinivas from VR Siddhartha University. So the customers of educational institutions are corporate companies, and our students are products. If the products are good, then only customers will buy. And we as TPOs need to understand this. And while the topic for panel discussion is empowering future leaders through technology and skill development, whatever it is, we can coin any of these terminology. But then, why are we sitting here? All the time when we talk of skill development, we think skill development or the word skill itself is very much relevant and connected to the student only. But then, if we have to influence them, we are all talking about Gen Z or maybe post-COVID or ACBC, after COVID, before COVID. We have many complaints to talk about on our students. But if we want them to learn any skill or any quality or any personality, so there are two different ways of doing it. One is being an example. Second one is being persuasive. You are trying to persuade them. But it is proven in the history that persuasion doesn't work much. It's only the example that works. If you are good enough in the skill that you are talking about, I may be a mechanical engineer acting as TPO, or maybe a chemical engineer, but when I am a TPO, when I am addressing students, or AI, whatever it is, addressing the students and trying to influence them, I should talk at least a little bit about that technology. Then only student will find interest in what you are saying. So therefore, it's important for us as training and placement officers to acquire those skills which we are trying to probably impart to the students. That's my call on this. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry for being little more elaborative.
Yeah, we are talking about leader, basically. You have said one point is basically you want to look for the customer requirement. Really, customer knows what he wants. As per my learning, customer never knows what he wants. Only customer knows what he wants. So when you look into the customer's point of view, what is customer point of view? That means all corporates customer who needs what? The fundamentally needs is a value. That's what we are all discussing. Today, any corporate business, we are all talking what is the value we are able to give it to the customer. That means the corporates needs to deliver value. That means, are you able to train the people to needs to create value to the customer? That means what it is in the value story. First you identify the value. Second is you create the value. Third is you deliver the value. Fourth is scale up the value. Fifth is refine the value. So these are the fundamentally the value story, which how your students are going to fit into that value story, one has to look into it. That's one dimension. Before going into that value story, let me talk one more point, is a interesting point. All of us now working is digital technologies. What is digital technologies doing today? All industry 4 means every system is interconnected to the other system. All the routine activities done by the systems automatically. These are the two things in regularly when I look into my career of 40 years plus in the business and the professional life. Lot of routine activities we teach and make it as a skill and ask them to do routinely for his lifelong. But today all that routine activities is taken by the missions. Whether it is automation or whether it is a interconnectivity and all that, lot of routine activities are taken. When these all routine activities are taken by the missions, now what is going to be the role of leader or what is the role of the people? What is expected from the outcome? That's what we should first start discussing. Maybe you can start.
Thanks for bringing this up because it's the ultimate requirement of anybody who comes into the open dynamics of a market, right? What we are all trying to is satisfy a need for somebody, and hence we are all here. Right? At the end of the day, we are all trying to satisfy the need for somebody. How do you understand the need itself? That's what he's been trying to bring into the discussion. At the first word that comes into mind when you're talking about understanding somebody's need is empathy. I believe that you all are aware of what the word empathy means for the benefit of the students. You understand what empathy means, the word empathy? So if you are able to understand the situation and the requirement of the end customer, who's the end customer? It is yourself. At the end of the day, if I'm designing and testing an Apple iPhone, who's buying it? Who's buying it at the end? It's yourself. So if you are able to understand the pains of what needs to go and what you need, so the empathetic approach of somebody itself becomes the value drive, right? If you know what you want as the end and you insist for the quality, and the insistence of the quality goes back to the supplier and the person who makes it, and then it comes back all the way around to you as a student who has to make that, right? So it is a chain, it is a circle. It is not something that is an independent thing which is happening somewhere. So empathy drives the value chain, right? So that's the first thing that I would like to mention. And he's talked about data, how data is influencing everything else and all that. But who's providing the data again? Right? At the end of the day, it is you. It is a whole chain and circle of things which is happening. So if you understand what the requirements are, if you understand what you want from a product, right, and that is being driven by the manufacturer. So empathy is the key, and giving right input and feedback is the second part of what we need to have. So that is the chain which builds value systems. All the values that sir has actually given here, I think are driven by that. Thank you.
So in my point of view, what is the value that we are going to give and what is the expectations that we have? So everybody, we have to look at actually what the expectations of the organization, right? It doesn't depend upon any organization like, let's take the top giants like Infosys, Tech Mahindra, HCL Tech, it doesn't matter, but as an industry standard, what is the expectation? Where are we going? What is happening exactly? So this is what we have to look at, and then we have to change whatever the fine tunings to our academic things. And coming to the next topic on leaders, what do they need to do? So the leaders have to understand the expectations of the management, right? So using AI, let's say if the job is getting automated, 10 people's work is being done by one person, right? So what do we do with the rest 9? Rather than leaving aside, why can't we build a thing which is requested or which is required by the management and do a different kind of thing and develop a different silos function where it is helpful for the organization. So that is how I think the leader should think, how to utilize the people who are being left out even after getting the AI.
No, I conflict with your statement. No organization, if it is working for a management, no organization is going to survive. If the organization has to survive for a longer period, it has to look for the value which is going to be created to the customer or to the society. So if that is not there, that organizations will die within no time. That's what is a history says. Not even couple of years, it won't survive. So fundamentally what is needed anywhere in the history, it is only the value is going to be driven, not by the management. Management, maybe he is looking for the value, but he has to look for the value, but we also has to be a input given to us, the management, he is a leader, that's it.
Correct.
Who is only taking decision on behalf of all us is a collaborative approach.
Just to correct myself, I've just used the management as an example, but it should be actually a client or a customer.
Yeah, it's fine, thank you.
So many a times I am thinking of two examples, like all of us are using iPhones and also Mr. Tata, the Ratan Tata that we have. Let's say the ideology in which the Apple works is even before the client thinks about what they need, they themselves put the mind to see what will be futuristic to them. So they create that need, they create that experience. So I will take a midway. It is not always necessary that the customer always know what he wants. The research where plays the role, and that's where probably even linking it to our students, if they are able to bring that culture of first having an exposure of what is the need, then the value links to that. If they don't know what is the need, take an example for current learning itself. If they don't have an exposure on what is running in the market, then they really cannot align to that. Second point which comes to mind is from an experience standpoint, take the example of Tata Group, where they had this Tata Indica, which is in the old models which was running. And so is also Mahindra, where they were going in a traditional method, and they took some bold decisions to acquire some global giants. And everyone, it was a talk of the town that why they are actually investing in such huge outside India kind of a thing. But they have adopted the technology to understand the global customers and their need and bringing that to India. So I think it's a mixed bag of both. Not necessarily the value comes only from an end client, but the right research and the collaboration of the team can bring it that.
So just an extension to what have been just now heard. It's very important point that Ramakrishna sir has raised. Some of you may be not knowing that he also came from our profession. For a long time he was a teacher in VR Siddhartha Engineering College, and from a teaching profession, now he has become an industrialist and he is leading a big company, and I know his products are too well known across the country, and we all must appreciate that fact. Generally we tend to be there in the same profession and then get retired. So addition of value is directly applicable to him. He added value to himself, and now from professor he has become a unit head. He is providing employment probably to, I don't know exactly the number, probably to thousands of people. And I also have seen how tough the recruitment process that his HR team follows. And in terms of value, why value is important? Just now we heard from NASCOM official and also Professor Madhumurthy Garu that this technology is creating jobs at one end and also taking away jobs at the other end. Is it good or bad? We are nobody to decide. That's how we have to change. We all have seen what happened to Ambassador cars, Nokia phones, Orkut, Kodak. They are all leaders. When Nokia phone came into the market, that was the only thing we knew. But what happened to that? Orkut came, it was a revolution. But where is Orkut today? So, in terms of adding value, it's not just a choice, it's a must. So we should value the value the most.
Now let us take same dimension of value. How one can create or identify the value? So what is that qualities of the student or the exposure or whatever it is needed to create or identify value?
In fact, I'll take this because exactly the same question coming to mind. If you have to apply that in our presentation, like Mr. Nagvir shared, we have got this CEO hat for TPOs is nothing but exactly in that direction, how we as a team can bring that value. So it needs a conscious effort. There has to be multiple minds coming together for a common goal. And then when the validation of this, we call it as in validation workshops. Some people call it as design thinking. But if all these minds come together and figure out what is the right way which the value can be created, that conscious effort will be the first step probably.
No, my point is not that. Fundamentally, when you talk about value, if I am going to create a value of 1, that means the value means what is the total benefits divided by total cost of management. That is what is a value. So if I have to be successful, if I am able to create value by 3 or 10 or 20, that means if I am able to create higher value, then I am going to be successful. If I am only creating a value 1, that means whatever the total benefits divided by total cost is only 1, that means I am not creating, I am only one of the sellers in the market or maybe followers of the market. I am not creating any value. So look from that dimension. If you have to create higher value, that is what is the order of the day. Few days back, I think there is a, I don't know, I am directly, doesn't listen to Satyananda, that's where I can't say authenticatedly. But one point he said is somebody is questioned about AI and how the penetration is subjected to the correction. He said it seems that entire world is not seen more than 10% of the growth, GDP. If 10% of GDP is not grown to the world, then what is that AI is doing to us? Nothing. That is still it has to mature. That is a technological giant of the world is talking few days back. That means what I am talking here also, how we are talking about a value dimension. It's not AI or it's something else, some of the courses, some of the things, but how to get higher value. That's what is, because all the technologies are changing very rapidly. When I started my career, maybe the technology is used to change 10 years, 15 years once, but today technologies are changing maybe 5 years, 6 years, but it has trends. It is not just like that, it won't change. But there is a trends, but it is changing in 4 or 5 years. So that means I should have a growth for the future, not for the immediately to get into some job in Infosys or somewhere else or Microsoft or somewhere else or is whatever it may be. But we need to have a growth mindset. For that, what is that value definition? That's what I want to discuss. Maybe let him talk.
You go ahead. No, I was answering, but I'll go after you.
When it comes to the second or third dimension of value, as Sir has been trying to put in place, it just does not come by understanding or empathy, as I said before. It's not just empathy. Empathy is the base, right? You are starting to create and understand how somebody is delivering the value with empathy. But the same thing comes through application. I mean, we've seen multiple education systems which in the world. One of them is ours, wherein we start with understanding and it starts with rote learning, right? We start with rote learning, what is an alphabet, what happens. But there are education systems in the world where it starts with just application, right? So the base and fundamental nature of our understanding things has to change. We just don't know, not learn what the formula is, but we need to understand where the formula applies, right? So that is the second step. You empathize, you start understanding where the application of things are coming from, and from there you start deriving how much value you can generate to the one, right? As you said, you are generating one as a value. What is the exponent that you can add to one, right? First thing, by understanding these applications, right? Understanding the implications will be the third one, right? Your first step is empathy, second is application, understanding the implication, right? So the implication is where somebody is either happy or hurt. So if you are able to increase the happy quotient of by implications, then you've actually added a bit more value. You've not satisfied the maximum level, which maybe takes time. But these three are the places where I think you can start delivering better value than your one. Right? So that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just saying, I was realigning to the question. Now, if we have to look at from a perspective that you said and Sir said, I think implementation is key. I mean, boat comes as an example. They knew that there is a technology evolving globally, and in India we are not yet ready. So what they did is they went to China and they understood the whole technology and they started with assembling. Then they got the entire engineering here and then they replicated. So that's where they see the value, because they are giving at a local price a global expertise. Some of those adoptions need to be looked at, and that can happen only when we honestly try to look at what we can do. If we are in that air of what we want to do versus where we are, if the gap is too much, then the application comes as a challenge. So get into the reality, what we can do and what we cannot do, and strategize basis that, probably that can help do a better value.
So in my view, I think I have 3 W's to answer it. So what do we do? First of all, as I just wanted to add a few more points to sir what he said. So implementation. So what should I implement first of all to understand that? Then why should I implement? Then by when should I implement? So that you will be getting a value, because everything have a time gap, everything works with the time. So without getting that done, without any understanding of that particular thing, the actual outcome of what we are doing, I think we cannot achieve anything. So I believe that we have to understand first and then start implementing. Without understanding, we cannot implement. So after implementation, we have to understand the final goal, what are we getting that, right? So that is what I feel we have to add. In that way, the value can be added.
So if I understood this question rightly, sir is talking about the second dimension or third dimension of the value. I will bring it down to a level where we can all easily relate what this value is. We say for any student getting admission in our college, the first and foremost duty of a student is to study. And we have a metrics to measure that. We give them grades or marks, say 7 CGPA or 8 CGPA. So having a good CGPA or a decent CGPA, with that, suppose if his value is 1. Now we are trying to teach them many things. Leadership skills. Say you be a part of sports. You will learn how to be a good team player, how to take win and lose, winning and losing equally. Or you be a part of this club. You will get to know many people beyond your classroom. Or you be a part of cultural program, or you take up some voluntary work. Each of these activities, suppose student is playing a game or sport, a cricket. Already academically his value is 1. Now with that involvement in sports is just add 1 0 next to 1. So that his value becomes 10. One more extracurricular activity. Say like these students who are hosting this event and doing anchoring. Add 1 more 0. His value is 100. But these zeros do not have any value, how many ever you add, without this 1. So that's what even Professor Murthy was also talking about. This education should be basically to inculcate that common sense, which can be made use of to solve the problems. So that core part should not. Technology changes, the fundamentals will not change. In engineering, you take the history of syllabus for, in any engineering. Of course, advent of computer science is very late. You take any branch of engineering for the last 50 years. Not much change in the core technology or core engineering. So this is my take as far as value, second dimension, third dimension or fourth dimension is concerned.
No,
Thank you.
No, that is not the value. It's not that what is that value. What is that he has a capability to build the value. It's not that today. No. That's where I want to correct that. So fundamentally, okay, today I am able to create a value. That doesn't mean I am going to create the value tomorrow. Today I may be able to do good job and make good product solution. It is sold well for a couple of years, and afterwards, this doesn't have any relevance. This will go out. At that moment, my value, if I am not able to create new value, my value is 0. So that is where we have to be clear. So to create that type of value continuously, whatever the professional life or the lifelong, what is that most important characteristics people should have? That is where my fundamental behavioral aspect or the attitudinal aspect or the learning aspect or the how we are mind is tuned. The mind tuning is a most important dimension which I feel is important in order to continuously deliver the value or the create the value. That is where the fundamental topic which I feel is a value. Maybe if you would like to put your experience and give the...
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for asking me for the experience. Basically, if you're looking at what he's been driving is, how adaptable are you? How susceptible are you to accept change? And
how well are your antennas up on a daily basis, in a simple language where everybody tries to understand. How well, for example, if there are, I mean, I'm not picking on anybody. I had visited a college very recently, and I was addressing a gathering of a group of mechanical and electronic students combined together, right? I had a question for them. I had a simple question for them. I asked them how many of them drive two-wheelers, latest two-wheelers. How many of them drive? 98% said yes. Okay. Now for that kind of group which said 98% of group which said, I asked a very simple question. How does your speedometer display the speed at which you are traveling? How does the speedometer display the speed at which you are traveling? Can somebody explain it to me? It is the mechanical portion, and electronics the electronics portion. To my surprise, there was no answer. There was no. That is what I'm saying. When you're learning something, try starting to understand the applications of that. Keep yourself open to learning. Even when you join a job, the first thing that should come to mind is, I'm learning by learning. The advantage that I got is I get two rupees in my pocket. But where is the delta that I'm giving to myself on a daily basis? Talking to people, learning about team games, learning technology, keeping yourself abreast about what is happening in the world, continuous learning and continuous improvement, and the attitude for keeping that up is going to keep you adaptable to change. So that's what I just wanted to add. And in my experience, what I've, on my personal experience in whatever I've dealt with, every customer is expecting that. Every customer is expecting that, whether it is your internal customer or an external customer. That's where I'd like to stop. Thank you.
So as you rightly mentioned, first of all, we have to understand, as I'm again repeating the same point which I've iterated in the previous discussion. So first of all, we have to understand what we are doing, right? Then also try to understand the ecosystem around you. See, we have a perspective of understanding what is given to us, but there is a bigger picture for what we are working. Let's take an example of a project and you're working for a XYZ technology. But in the same project, you have multiple technologies where you may not be aware, but you're skilled enough to get to that rules, right? So you have to have a complete overview on the ecosystem, not doing what exactly is assigned to you, but how can I add a value to my project, or how can I add a value to my customer? This is what we have to look in a different perspective to achieve our ultimate goals.
Yeah, I personally feel that as we said, that value comes from the customer's customer. So that comes from top. So the CEO or the founders or the organization decides how they bring value to the customer. From there it percolates down. Talking to the audience here and some of the students, when we join at an entry level, many a times we don't know what is happening there. We just know that there is a day job, go at 9 o'clock, come at 5 o'clock. If you can take a step forward and try and understand what are you trying to do in the organization. What is your role, why you are doing it. If you start thinking that just for the coming 3 months after joining, I think that will do a phenomenal change. You will automatically stand out, and you will see that out of the 100 lot that we have, there are 5 of them who definitely come and ask the question, why am I doing this? That itself is the value that starts creating from your smallest contribution. We call it the squirrel contribution. If you know the Ram Setu, where the squirrel is trying to put its small bit, right? From there it actually begins. That's what comes to mind.
So in the interest of time, I request Ramakrishna sir to conclude this
Yes,
with his experience.
Thank you. No, basically we are all talking about the changes happening. This is going to be highly disruptive. With this disruptive thing, I don't think anybody with whatever experience can predict what is going to be the future. When we are not able to predict the future, we will be only talking about only immediate requirements of the maybe coming 2 years, 3 years, but not the for. Maybe some of the things may there for a 5 years, 10 years, but that may not be creating high value jobs or the high value payments. When I am able to create higher value, I get higher pay. That is only the dimension. Everybody has to understand that. For that, fundamentally, everybody says, agree that we have to continuous learner. continuously adapter learner. I don't think there is any new dimension which none of us give away. So for that, we started discussing in some of the educational institutions how to create learning atmosphere. Then when you start seeing, I found curiosity is the most important. So he gave one more dimension. Curiosity has another way of saying, opening the antennas. So this is what is needed. That means, are we able to observe around continuously, be curious to know continuously? That will give you multi-dimensions how to go forward. That is only, I feel, is a most important. I don't think no other AI or this thing, that thing will work in this way and that way. These are all few people's prediction for a temporary requirements, not for the permanent. Even the most of the people talks about AI, but if AI is doing, what is your job? I doesn't need people. As a CEO, I do everything myself, and I buy all the technologies, and myself or with my son and daughter, 4 of us makes all products, and there is no jobs is there. But that's not what it is. Basically, AI is going to be some of the tool which is going to add the productivity of the activity. Only look from that productivity improvement angle and create a higher value. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you for the panels, shaping the things right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I request the members from APTPO Consortium, Hivabindu and Srinivas, please come on to the dais. We have to felicitate the respective dignitaries who are just now participated in the panel discussion. Firstly, I request Dakshinamurthy Garu, please come on to the dais. I request Ramakrishna Garu, Managing Director, Electronics, our small felicitation. Please, go there. Sir, music. I request Mr. Vivekananda Challa, Tech Mahindra. I request Mr. V. Balasakradar, HCL Tech. I request Srinivas Patnaik, partner of Triple C. I request Ravi Aradhya Garu, please come on to the dais. Sir, sorry sir, we forgot to call you. Sir, please, Aradhya Garu, please join. Thank you, sir. Thank you. There are few announcements. I request all the members, please listen these announcements. The first one is now we are going for lunch. So for the lunch, the corporates whom we invited and core team of APTPO, please join it. Placement cell of kids and sponsors and rest of the TPOs. Backside we arrange the, if you go outside, already volunteers are there. They will guide you for the lunch. By sharp 2 o'clock, we are going to start the program. All of you please keep in your mind, by 4 we have to wind up the session. So remember that there are 5 surprise gifts are there. Who will come first after the lunch? And already we noticed 2 people who are continuously stayed in the hall without leaving the meeting. So we are going to invite them after the lunch to take that special gifts.
And the photos which are shared, if we share in the social media, the number of likes we will count and give top 5 gifts as well.
Ready? Rama.
We have our gold sponsor, diamond sponsor presentation from XLR, Amit Saha from. Amit Saha sir worked with lot of edtechs, lot of universities in the range of associate director and VP. He has guided more than 2 lakh students across India into their higher education, into the career aspects. Now he was associated with XLR, which are our diamond sponsors and the beautiful kits. I was very thankful to sir for providing a good kits for all the TPOs for traveling, because we are always on the wheel. So I extend my heartfelt welcome to Amit Saha sir to take the things forward.
A very, very good afternoon to all the esteemed delegates from the academia and as well as from the industry, especially the delegates from the academia. Our pillars of strength for all these years from the academic fraternity, that is the entire family of the training and placement officers out here. It's really a privilege to be a part of this particular journey over the last few years, and it gives actually a strong homecoming every year when we come up for participating in this kind of an event. So I am pretty sure many of you are pretty much familiar with name XLR, and we are already partnering in multiple ways for the upskilling of the student and the faculty fraternity over the last 3-4 years. So our motto stands to be the strategic partner for the higher education institutions to bridge to be the right kind of a bridge between the classroom to the corporate success. Next, please. Next. So it has been a brief but strong journey of almost close to around over 1 decade. This is the 12th year of our operations. We started off with a very, very humble beginning at Bangalore and then at Hyderabad as well, simultaneously. And all through this extensive journey of these 12 years, some of the key notes that we have been able to attain, that being amongst the Deloitte fastest 50 tech education companies, subsequently for 2 years, and of course our very, very strong association and bonding with NASSCOM and Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, which eventually we have recently engaged in as amongst the credit-based programs as well. I'll talk a little bit more about it in the due course of my presentation. And of course, our collaborative joint initiative of the certification on data science and artificial intelligence in association with IIT Madras, which we have recently started off. Next, please. So we have, in true sense, we have been, with the support of the academic and the industry fraternity, we have been able to position ourselves as a global tech-enabled skilling company, particularly across the Middle East, MENA region, and as well as in the Southeast Asian countries, to a certain extent in the European positioning as well. Our global headquarters is there at Houston in USA, and in India we are headquartered at Bangalore. We operate from 2 locations each at at Bangalore, Mumbai and Pune, and of course in Telangana we are there in Hyderabad in the Cyber Towers in the high-tech city, and we also operate from Chennai. Very soon to the north part of the country as well. Next. So, of course, along with our journey, we had different acknowledgements, credentials from different bodies, skilling bodies across, which are pretty much well known to you all. Next. I would especially harp upon the factors of the strong collaborations that we have been able to refine over the period of years nationally with the skilling body, that is iHub Divya Sampark, which is an initiative of IIT Roorkee and DST, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. We have done multiple programs in association with them. In the state of Andhra Pradesh, we are associated with AP State Skill Development Corporation, AP State Council for Higher Education. In the state of Telangana, we are strongly associated with TASK, Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge. And similarly, in many other states like in Karnataka with the KMDC. On the academic side, some of the very esteemed higher education institutions which are considered to be the temple of education not only in India but beyond worldwide, that is IIT Madras, I have already mentioned. Along with it, IIT Roorkee and IIT Bombay, we have been collaborating for multiple programs, and as well as with BITS Pilani. NASSCOM MIT, again I will keep it on hold for some time. We have been there with them for very strongly, but eventually over a period of time we have strengthened our association day by day. Next. I would like to primarily take a lot of pride in that humble beginning which started in 2013, and today we really are in a position to talk about the reach that we have been able to create through being able to support the consistent learning of the faculty and as well as the student community through our concept which we initiated as a very small initiative about 3 years back, particularly during the COVID and post-COVID time when the offline learning had certain limitations. So that point of time what we initiated as a small beginning, today we are being able to support close to around 60,000 plus faculty members and more than 6 lakh plus students to the student development programs which are conducted in the format called everyday learning. That is disciplined approach of learning small bits and pieces every day for any technology they would like to pursue with. And this whole initiative has been provided through the learning that we had been able to achieve through the 5,000 plus recruitment partners with whom we are working primarily in the small and medium enterprise segment. The primary strength of these numbers are not only about XLR and XLR's academic team, It's more about the user end. That is the learners who have been supportive to us, and the strength that has been given by the 1600 plus higher education institutions. And really, kudos goes to the state of Andhra Pradesh, because the major chunk of this 1600, almost close to around 600 plus institutions, are only from the state of Andhra Pradesh, who have supported us in this initiative. Right, please go on. Next. Some of the key, programs that has been highly that we see in high level of participation are mentioned out here. As we know, the ChatGPT and generative AI, Salesforce, Python with Excel, DSA, data structure and algorithms for the campus placement. These are for the students. I'm primarily highlighting. Next. And again, I'm emphasizing on the factor, the kind of participation that we receive from the students of Andhra Pradesh, which is almost close to around 25% of the national numbers that we have in this particular activity is from the state of Andhra Pradesh, not only from the participating institutions, but as well as the sheer number of students who are participating in this. Next. These are the faculty development programs, some of the top 10 most preferred faculty development programs that we have conducted, and you can see the sheer numbers. On an average, 7 to 10,000 faculty members participate on each of the initiatives that we are providing. Every month we will have bare minimum at least 2 programs initiated. Next. And here also you see that close to around 23 to 24% of the faculty are from the state of Andhra Pradesh, who has given consistent support in this initiative. Next. Now, just very quickly, I'll take you through next the different initiatives that we bring to the campus for the higher education institutions, starting off with the APSHE guided long-term internships and the short-term internships. Added to it, we have now initiated the industry-grade academic projects, which are being provided from our end. We have close to around 300 plus unique titles of bank available with us for the academic projects. The campus recruitment training and the company-specific campus recruitment training that we have been conducting over the years. The finishing school concept, which we started off as a new initiative in the year 2024, we have streamlined the process, and this year is the stage of growth that we are looking at. And regarding NASSCOM, I had already mentioned. Now the new part comes in is that all the programs that we are associated with NASSCOM, which is close to around 18 of the programs, which are now accredited as credit rated programs, 2 credits for each programs as per the NCRF criteria. So anyone would be interested to know more on that, we would be happy to share the details about the same. And of course, the faculty development programs, which I have already spoken about. Next. Going a little deep into the campus recruitment programs. Next. Yeah. So the primary areas that we harp upon are, what would I say as our unique propositions are the comprehensive curriculum, and it is very, very customized as per the institution's requirement. We of course have standard curriculums, but it is brought in with a certain level of flexibility where we can customize as per the institution's requirement, online, offline and hybrid format, whichever way the institution is looking forth to. We have a pool of expert trainers who are handpicked with industry experience and as well as from the recruitment experience, so that they bring in that kind of a real life scenario in the classroom. And of course added up with the different other additions of mock tests and interviews and tailored college specific requirements, which I have already mentioned. We have a robust LMS to provide to the students that after the learning is done on that particular tenure, the student can have the access of the same throughout the lifetime, so that they can continuously have the revisions done as per the organizations or campus drives that are being conducted in the campus in the due course of time. Next. This is an initiative which we had done in the last year with IIT Roorkee, whereby close to around 60,000 students were offered the program on campus recruitment training, specifically done in association with IIT Roorkee for almost close to around 240 hours, and close to around 60,000 students participated in the SEM. And being a free program at that point of time, we saw close to around 10% of the students completing the program, earning the certificate, next, earning the certificate from IIT Roorkee. Next, please. Yeah, so they earned the certificate from IIT Roorkee, as you see out here. Next. Right, so the last, most important factor that I would also like to highlight, that our team will be reaching out to you all. We have initiated this particular program in the last year, which is the XLR Finishing School, with primary focus on the evergreen area, that is full stack development with Java, because we see a lot of traction, a lot of requirement, a lot of demand in this particular domain from the industry, and we have customized industry specific program. These are held only at XLR campus. So it is a rigorous program done with with a tailored structure that has been made with an industry specific norms, so that there we can increase the higher strike rate, and we are looking for almost close to around 100% strike rate in this, with reference to people ending up with a coveted job. So next. So it's a very, very intensive structure, whereby around 4 to 5 months the student has to be there at the XLR campus end to end. Primarily can be taken up by the students in their final semesters, and they can dedicate them. We are currently conducting it at our Bangalore and Hyderabad campus. Next. 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 Right. So on that note, because there would be a lot of other speakers coming in, so on that note, I again once more thank Andhra Pradesh Training and Placement Officers Consortium for providing us with this opportunity to participate, and definitely we would look forward to collaborate in the long term as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I request Sridhar Kavuri Garu. Sridhar Kavuri Garu, please come onto the dais and felicitate Amit Shah from XLR.
So as you know, any good initiative is not about a single person's effort. We XLR stand for our entire team, and that is the reason why I would request my entire team out there in Andhra Pradesh to please come on stage and accept the honors from the APTPO Consortium. Thank you.
Yes. Now it's the time. Yes. Boss. Yes. Now it's the time. I request all the TPO fraternity, because the session which now we are starting is very, 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 very useful to the entire TPO family. So I request all your attention. Now I am going to invite Babji Neelam, CEO from T-Hub. Regarding Babji Neelam, he has total 15 years of IT experience, and he worked in Australia as well as Switzerland, especially to equip the rural background students. He worked a lot, and like the high-end IITs or NITs or top universities, how they place, the same way he gave the opportunity to the rural background students with 5 to 52 lakhs package. So I request Neelam Babji Garu, please come on to the dais.
So good afternoon all of you. I'm pretty much sure next 15 minutes you completely, it's the product to 15 minutes, I promise you. And so before moving into my presentation, let me introduce myself. So my name is Babji Neelam. I'm the founder and CEO of Technical Hub. So before that, I've been in Australia 4 years, and I've been in Switzerland another 4 years. So altogether, I have more than 15 years of IT experience. I've been in Wipro. And after spending up the 15 years of corporate service, I decided to contribute back to the society. So I resigned when I was in Wipro in Australia. I started my own venture in the Technical Hub in 2016. So okay, I'm not going to start with the IIT, NITs and IIITs because the rural background students very much required for the real path because they have a lot of potential. We need to show the right path to showcase the grabbing the corporate opportunities. By end, I'm done almost the 9 years of journey. I've done almost the 9 years of experiments on the various institutions. Now, some of our rural background students are grabbed more than 50 lakhs package. So they started with 5 lakhs. They're struggling to grab the 5 lakhs package in the 9 years back. The same institution now are able to grab the 50 lakhs package. It's not only 1 and 2 students. 6 students are grabbed the more than 50 lakhs. So another 20 students grab the more than 45 lakhs. So another 19 students are grab the more than 35 lakhs. It's all from rural background college. So here you need to understand there's a lot of potential, just we need to show the path, how they can able to grab this opportunity. Is it done? It's okay. So I'm not giving a lecture, but I'm done all this experiment in the last 9 years. I'm sharing my experience. Yes. See, most of the college already sign up with various center of excellences like the Cisco Networking Academy, Red Hat, blah, 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 blah. Yes, it's not about to sign the MOE with center of excellence. We need to make sure to utilize the center of excellence facility which is offered by the corporates. So I strongly recommend all the TPOs make sure to grab the opportunity which is provided by center of excellence which is offered by the corporate like the Cisco, AWS, even the Pega, ServiceNow. They're offering the excellent benefit for the educational institution. Yes, and there are more than 20 plus corporates offering the various center of excellence for especially for the educational institution. Yes, and even the Pega is giving a wonderful facility, and even the ServiceNow. So a lot of other corporates giving the some lot of center of excellence benefit. It's already done about myself. No audio. So it's all about my previous experience. Let's move. How to replace Nechaptan? Okay, I've been in the Europe, Middle East, and Australia, so about 15 years. Yes, we started our journey in 2016, and we have some more than 50,000 square feet office space in Andhra Pradesh. Pause it. Okay. So today my agenda, empowering TPOs to embrace in the technology. How is that embrace the technology, but especially the TPOs operation? Yes, maybe you've done a lot of experiment the last 20 years or 30 years, but with my experience and done some experiment, let me share. Yes, continue. Yes, as I mentioned, so we need to tie up with various corporate center of excellence. Yes, so you can go and explore, and then next. Please. Pause it. It's not all about some signing the MOE with center of excellence. We need to make sure each and every student understand the importance of center of excellence and what are the services offered by the center of excellence, what are the certification offered by the center of excellence. We need to create the experience and exposure to create in the like set up in the stall kind of things. So with the help of this, each and every student understand, okay, this is the AWS, and this may be 3D printing, maybe this is artificial intelligence, maybe this is the ServiceNow, this is the Pega. What we can do with those technologies and how is enabling their placement opportunities. Yes? Maybe you can utilize some of the seniors, the place students, so that they, each and every student need to experience the technology. Then only they understand the value of the technology. And then only they are able to connect the placement opportunity. Instead of that, if you complete the AWS certification, you will get the AWS job. If you complete the service now, you will get some service now job. It's not like that. We need to create the experience and exposure of the technology. Okay, fine. Prove the problem solving ability. So please make sure all the TPOs, you create some coding culture within the campus. Please maintain at least one coding platform, your in-house platform, or maybe you can take any of the external partner coding platform, so that students will be start practicing their coding from the first year onwards. It's not like when they're coming to the third year, all of a sudden I want to have Amazon, Google, the Microsoft. It's not like that. So we need to create a coding culture. Yes, please. Maybe you need to maintain a dedicated coding platform to enhance your the coding skills, maybe your student coding skills. It's not about the only in-house coding platform, it also encourage students to participate the other social coding platforms like HackerRank, CodeChef, LeetCode, blah 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 thing. For example, if somebody want to apply for the Google, at least Google HR looking for the at least they should be completed more than 1,000 program the LeetCode. Yet please make sure your students should practice on other social coding platform. Please encourage them, at least the LeetCode, HackerRank, or the CodeChef, and from the first year onwards. Yes, the next, go ahead. Yes, the logical ability. Yes, most of the colleges they train the students on aptitude, reasoning, and verbal. The please help your student practice the aptitude, reasoning, verbal from the first year. It's not like the third year placement practice. Please make sure create the platform where student can practice the aptitude, reasoning, verbal from the day one. But now if you notice the current scenario, some of the companies is not conducting the multiple choice assessment. They're conducting the assessment using cognitive games. Yes, we need to provide the platform for the student to practice the cognitive games. Like if you take the IBM, like the Cognizant, Capgemini, these companies are conducting the cognitive games. They are not conducting like the simple traditional multiple choice question. So please help your student to practice on cognitive ability skills. Okay. For example, if you student practicing the cognitive, recently Cognizant is conducting the drive for student. They're conducting the cognitive games. Yes. The next is the communication. The communication side, if you notice like Genpact, Wipro, Cognizant, Capgemini, Exaview, these companies are conducting the communication interview. Communication part is not multiple choice. They're conducting LSRW. This morning the Madhumurthy Garu mentioned like listening skills and speaking skills. So as part of the company selection process, they're conducting the LSRW assessment. So we need to maintain the separate LSRW practice platform for your student. So maybe you can utilize any of the external vendors to you can build your own LSRW platform. So here we build one app so where student can practice LSRW skills. Like can you play? This is very much required for the current first year student, because when they're moving into the fourth year, most of the companies will conduct the LSRW assessment, listening, speaking, reading, and writing assessment. Okay. Even the Pearson version test, as part of the selection process, they need to clear the LSRW assessment. Even the SpeechX is also required LSRW assessment. And next, okay, now the students are good at coding, aptitude reasoning, cognitive games, and again the communication. It's now time for the technology and certification. With the help of your partner, please make sure your students are aligned with the emerging technologies and also aligned with the certification. There is a lot of certification which is offered by the various corporate like the Salesforce, Pega, ServiceNow. Yes, please make sure to encourage all of your students to align with at least one or two certification. Yes, we are right now the more than 13,000 students are certified from our technical hub. The next. Okay, done. So now they're good at technology. They're good at like certification. They're good at the communication. They're good at the aptitude. They're good at the cognitive games. now is the time for the implementation. Yes, please encourage all of your students to solve your in-house problem. For example, if your HOD requested to implement any project, immediately they Google the ChatGPT or the Google. Instead of that, there are hundreds of in-house campus problems, like for example, your bus attendance system, or maybe the blood donation. Most of the college conduct the blood donation camp. You can build the one small application for the blood donation. Yes, so most of the college running the hundreds of buses, thousands of students are traveling the bus. But how they are verifying their bus passes? Somebody they create in the fake. If you simply build one small app, you can verify the student bus passes. Maybe some few of students are coming late, right? We can build one latecomer application. We can use it at the campus. Yes, please encourage your student. Please encourage your student to solve real-world problems. Real-world problems means not either Google and ChatGPT problem. In-house problems is very much required. So please encourage your student to solve campus problem, so that they very much familiarize with their in-house problem. They are not familiar with the Google problem. Yes. See here, the latecomer project is the Tech Fest project, and the go-kart project. Yes, it's the bus pass verification project, the blood donation project. Like that, the multiple projects we can solve with the help of student community. So we don't need to depend on any external party to develop the software. The student can develop any kind of the project. We strongly believe our student can able to work in Amazon, but we are not believe the student will be solve our in-house problem. That is the problem. Then next stop. Okay, now they're good at some project, they're good at technology, they're good at the communication. Now our students are ready for the placement. So okay, when they attend the placement, they need to participate the interview, right? They need to face the interview. So we need to create the ecosystem where students can practice mock interviews. Yes. So most of the colleges are not able to provide the interviewer to conduct the mock interview for the thousands of the students. So if you create some small like the pod kind of thing and the A interview room, the where student can take the hundreds of A interviews, so that they will completely experience the interview experience. They can very much comfortable to face the any kind of interview, maybe the Google interview, the Amazon interview, or maybe the company specific interview or technology interview. This kind of small, the portable, this is not that much expensive. We can set up with any college, any department. Student can regular interval, they practice multiple interviews. And again, this data is very much helpful for the placement TPOs. Yes, for example, from the CSE department, 20 students are taken as some interview, so that we have the data, we can understand. So who are all good at the coding, who are all good at particular technology, everything we can track it with the data. Maybe the CSE HOD may be demanding, we need the Amazon, Google, Microsoft. But how many students are really capable to grab that opportunity? Okay. And again, video resume. Either like the digital resume or the normal paper-based soft copy resume is the traditional way. But encourage student to create the video resumes of your student. You can easily showcase to the corporate, so that the corporate can understand your student technical competency and communication skills and other parameters. So please help your student to create the video resume, and again they maintain the database. For example, when you like the interacting with maybe IBM or the Google HR, yes, we have my student capabilities, so that they can easily understand your college potential, your student potential, and their technical competency. And even if you post their video resumes on the Google YouTube channel, it will be motivating to the junior student, as well as another side is the brand promotion of your college. Yes. Yes, pause it. And another time, everybody want to grab the opportunity, the Google or Amazon. So when the Google announced the summer internship, or maybe when the Google announced the full-time SDE role, lakhs of people are uploading the resume. Even our college students also uploading the resume without knowing the job description and without knowing their ATS score. So if you are able to provide ATS tool for your student will be upload their resume and they will understand their ATS score. And this ATS mission will be generate the ATS score as well as it will be provide the recommendation where student need to improve their profile. Please. Yes, here students are going to upload the resume. When they are uploading, he'll get the score and then they get recommendation where he need to improve the profile. Then he need to compare with Google job description, then he can upload. There is higher chances to shortlist in the profile. And next, go back. Okay, done. My students are good at coding. My students are good at aptitude reasoning. My student good at technology. My student good at certification. My student done the project. Yes, my student have the quality resume, video resume, everything. You need to maintain this quality data in one platform, in the form of the mobile app or web application. If you have any mobile app or the web application for entire, you maintain your data, can you play? For example, when you have the discussion with like the X company HR, yeah, this is my mobile app. Here you can see my college, how many number of students are certified, how many students are certified in this particular certification. Yes, and what are the certification we are offering, and again, what are the, and their coding profiles. For example, if the company is looking for the top 10 profiles, you can just download from the mobile app or web application. You no need to call for the HOD, CS HOD, IT HOD. Then I started recommending, okay, I have this my personal recommendation, I have the one more student. If we have the quality data, we no need to search for you no need to call for anybody. Just we can download, just you can share it. And also your data, okay, I have the quality data. But again, your management and for your better understanding, we need to apply data visualization. Yes? Yes, please. If you have quality data, we can apply the visualization. So you can understand how many girl students are eligible, how many students are 7 CGPA 0 backlog, how many students are good at coding, how many students are video resume, everything. If we have the visualized data, we can easily take the decision. Okay, I have the quality data, I have visualized everything, but how to connect? We need to use the proper professional channels. Yes, the LinkedIn is one of the world's best professional network. Okay, most of the colleges have the part of the LinkedIn, and LinkedIn is also offering the various products to connect your talent. For example, you have some 100 AWS certified students. Yes, with the help of the LinkedIn tool, we can connect AWS certified requirement. At the same time, maybe thousands of your college students are passed out and they are working in Amazon, but it doesn't know. You're never aware about our students are working in Amazon, but you're running behind the Amazon HR. But your student is already working in Amazon. If we use if we use the LinkedIn channel, we can connect your alumni. So bro, our college has a quality student. Why don't you help for your juniors? Yes, please utilize your student alumni data through the LinkedIn channel. And okay, I got appointment for some Amazon or Google. Traditional way, maybe you can drop an email and attach one PDF document. I have some 20 acres of campus, I have the 200 acres of campus, I have some CSC department, I have these many number of students, you have the NAC and A++. It's the traditional way. Yes, thousands of colleges the same format. Instead of that, if you prepare the, so if you prepare the quality profile resume, quality brochure for the placement. So when you connect the HR, instead of the sharing your college brochure, share your the skill brochure, your college competency brochure, and okay, that is the traditional way. At the same brochure, if you implement AR app, yes, we have these many certified students. When you scan that brochure, it will play it. Look at this. This particular certification, the 60 students are completed. So the complete presentation is a different way. But instead of the traditional email and the PDF document, 200 acres land. Okay? Okay. Wait. So when you successfully project your data to HR, maybe we might impress, right? This guy that tried the different way. If I try this college, maybe I'll get the quality student. So after, when they successfully complete all this procedure, we need to showcase the data. This data will be helping to impress other companies. For example, your college students are selected in Amazon with maybe the 40 lakhs or 30 lakhs package. We need to showcase their data to across the globe, not in East Godavari or West Godavari, the Krishna or the Nellore. Completely we need to showcase your data across the globe. Yes, we have this much potential student in our rural place. Why don't you try with us? We can challenge other companies. Why don't you test our water with 10 profile? Yes, instead of the sharing the WhatsApp group, yes, we have the guy is selected in 20 lakhs in the WhatsApp group. That's more than enough. One day WhatsApp status. Instead of that, post it on LinkedIn. Please make sure all of your faculties are the part of the LinkedIn. Help them to share across the globe. Yes. So the recent few of our students are placed in some X company with the 52 lakhs package, the 45 lakhs package. Okay. So this is the overall the summarize of the last 10-12 minutes of the presentation. So please make sure the set up the center of excellence. Please make sure to utilize and create the experience and exposure. And next the coding culture from the day one, from the first year. And please maintain the one coding platform dedicated for your college. Yes, for example, today we hire one partner, 1 year, one coding platform. The next year, another partner, they're offering the less price, then another coding platform. It's not like that. Please do some research and dedicated to one coding platform the first year to final year. Yes, and help them to practice the aptitude reasoning verbal from the first year. It's not about them third year placement training program. And cognitive games is very much required. And LSRW skills and technology and certification, the emerging technologies, and A entries, video resume, ATS score, data preparation. This is very much required for all TPOs, and at the same data visualization. We can showcase the data to your management. We have these many gold students, these many other certified students, these many students are not fit for the placement. Yes, otherwise we have 1,000 students, why these people are not able to place? But out of 1,000, 500 students are not eligible, another 200 students are not fitting for the requirement. And again, the data professional channels, please make sure to utilize the LinkedIn. It's not, instead of sharing the data in the Instagram, it's no use. Please utilize the LinkedIn channel, and the data preparation and success projection is very much required. Next. Okay, that's pretty much about if you implement these 16 policies, 16 bullet points will become power TPO. No doubt about that. Yes, that's all. Thank you very much all the TPOs to giving this wonderful opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Babji Neelam, for your enlightening address. Now we request the core committee of APTPO Consortium to come forward.
Yeah. Yes, yes. I request Ravishankar Aradhya, who is the gift sponsor. Please come onto the dais, sir, to felicitate Babji Neelam Garu and also Vamsi Garu, Vamsi Somayajula. Please come onto the dais. you, Babji Garu. I hope this is the useful session to all our TPO family members.
We are honored to invite Mr. Chaitanya Vaddi, founder of CV Corp with over 20 years of experience in HR and campus placements. He has played a pivotal role in shaping career paths for zillions of students. Sir, we request you to join us on stage. Sir, please. Sir, we would love to hear a few words from you. The stage is yours.
Hello all. Hello. Okay, thank you. I'm not sure like how many other vendors are here like us who are not into any college business but still come to CDP for the last 3 years. We are one of them. My name is Chaitanya Vaddi. So generally when I go to any place, I have a special introduction for myself. I say, I am CV, I deal with CVs, I am from CV Corp. Chaitanya Vaddi, curriculum vitae or CV Corp, all matching. I did my, I started my career with Oracle as a HR for about 5 years. Then I moved to IBM. After working with such an MNCs for about close to 10 years, more into campus placement for IITs, NITs. Then I moved to startup companies. I worked with a company called Apps Associates, through where I interacted with many of the TPOs here through the campus placements. After working for about 10 years into campus placements, we started CV Corp. Basically, CV Corp is a training institute. To be very clear, one-liner. What we do, we take students after the college, we train them for 6 months. It's an in-house training program. We have close to 25 classrooms, all equipped with the digital classrooms completely. And we have a complete full-day training program. We train them, we place them, as simple as that. So one particular thing what we do, even though market is very, very not so great for freshers. Last year, with the kind of market contacts we have, the connections we have placed about 307 people across 83 different companies with about 3 lakhs to 10 lakhs packages. I always say, don't conclude the market based on the very limited companies coming to the college for campus placement. Maybe out of 1,500 plus registered companies in Hyderabad, maybe close to 30, 40 companies might come to the colleges. Rest all do a lot of off-campus. So one request to all the TPOs here, you guys are doing an amazing job in terms of placing people. After doing every good job, after placing all the people, the leftovers, whatever you guys have from the colleges, please give it to us. We'll take them, we train them, we do our best. So to give that kind of a trust factor, we are into the market for about 10 years. So we have done decent placement track record. We have dedicated almost close to 35 trainers are there, 25 full-time, and 10 people are mentors concept. It's a complete classroom training, about 6 hours a day. We have close to 1,200 students currently in Hyderabad in a given point of time. Big setup, we're doing really well. And with respect to the colleges part, so once the placement is done, recently one of my colleagues who joined us recently, Anil, I'm sure most of the TPOs have received an email from CV Corp stating that these number of students from CV Corp from your college got placed. Did you guys receive any email from us? Okay, thank you. So I just got to know that along with the email, there is a lot of need for the offer letters. So I have all the offer letters with me from the students, but we don't do anything with that. So after knowing that offer letters are very important for the TPOs, so what I will do once I reach Hyderabad, I'll send out an email to all the TPOs with respect to student where they got placed, with respect to offer letters. That might be helpful to you. That's about from what we do. So if someone has a question, why CV Corp no commercials with colleges, but they still do the college TPOs parties? Once in a year, with the complete stress world. I get a chance to meet all the people, happy faces, say hi to everyone. One thing. Second thing is, apart from the commercials, what we do some kind of a CSR initiatives. For example, recently, we have done one coding hackathon to the southern region, and we have identified about some 13 top people. We have given about 2 lakhs cash prizes to them. After giving 2 lakhs cash prize, I was still not satisfied because I was thinking cash anyone will give. Then with my expertise, I kind of reached out to my clients, and we made one of my clients to select 5 people from 2025 passed outs, with around 4 lakhs package. They are currently working with the company. So then like I felt, okay, being in the industry for about close to such 20 years into HR side, I felt like, okay, done, we have done a good job. So one appeal to all of you guys here, in Vizag, I reached out to the TPO forum, and then same thing, I happened to reach out in Kurnool as well. Somehow I didn't get a proper response or what you call the next steps. So I want to appeal everyone here. We want to help colleges which are in need of some expertise service, no commercials involved. If any college who don't have a proper funds, or any college, rural engineering colleges, no TPO or not dedicated TPO kind of a thing, you guys need any support, count me in. I have a good team, expertise team. Don't think like it's a free of cost, it may be less quality or something. We will deliver a quality of training, support to the colleges, whoever reach out to us. Please feel to reach out to us. I can definitely shoot that. Whatever the knowledge, the contacts we have in the industry part, we can help you guys. That's it. Thank you. And I have my team here. Guys, raise your hands. Yeah, thank you guys. So every year when I come to the TPO forum, I always think, okay, next year when I come, I should get some brochures, I should prepare a PPT, I should do something. At least by next year, I'll come with proper brochures and some presentations here. Guys, you can find me on LinkedIn, Chaitanya Vaddi. You can connect with me there. Thank you.
I request SR Care Placement Head, Satyanarayan Garu and Ravishankar Aradhya. Please, since you are the our sponsor, please be onto the dais, sir. Please. Babu.
Now, it is our privilege to invite Mr. Jayaprakash Neta, Director of Talent Initiatives at Smart Bridge, to the stage. With extensive experience in e-learning, corporate communications, and business intelligence, he has been instrumental in bridging the gap between academia and industry. Sir, we request you to join us on stage.
Very good afternoon, everyone. It's always really difficult to address audience after the lunch because most of them would feel sleepy. So I'll try my best to give you as much information as possible in a very limited time, not making you to sleep. So I think most of you sitting here know us, and I think we don't need a formal introduction. So, yeah, my name is Jay Prakash. I take care of talent initiatives at SmartBridge, and I am with me with my colleague Mr. Yuktesh, my partner in crime. So he's also here today. He's the director for academic initiatives. So, yeah, as previous speaker Mr. Chaitanya was mentioning, yeah, we are also one among other companies who have been sponsoring APTPO consortium since more than 3 years now. So I'm happy to be part of this event this year as well, which is happening in KIDS. So a bit of introduction about our company. I know most of you know about us, what we have been doing and all. Quick recap, if you can see, we are a 10-year-old organization. We have been trying to solve one particular challenge that every college is facing, which is basically the gap that they have between the industry and the academia, and that's what is our whatever caption we have is bridging the gap. So we have been working with a lot of colleges, lot of initiatives. We have been working with corporates as well. If you can see on screen, we have touched about 1 million plus students across the country. We have been actively working on certifying students on various global certifications as well. So these are about a collaboration that we have. In terms of whatever program that we do across the country, ideally you don't see similar kind of initiatives that we do with any other edutech in majority of the cases. So we are the only partners who are working with a company like ServiceNow in the country, who is helping students to get certified on ServiceNow. We have been partnered with ServiceNow since a year now. A lot of colleges are getting benefited through us by making their students getting certified in ServiceNow. We are partners of Salesforce. We are very renowned for our Salesforce virtual internship program, which is very actively implemented in the state of Andhra Pradesh. This particular partnership which we have with Salesforce, we are running the virtual internship program of Salesforce since 3 years in the country. This year onwards, we are launching this virtual internship program in 7 different countries, countries like Philippines, South Africa, Saudi Arabia, Taiwan, Latin America and all. We have been launching from this year. We are partners of Google, MongoDB, IBM, AWS. So primarily we are working with majority of the corporates, majority of the product-based companies, where we are trying to take their technology to the academia in the form of global certifications. The other side, the flip side, we are very active with the government as well. We are working very closely with NASSCOM. We are part of SWAYAM as well. Few of our courses are listed on SWAYAM under NCRF 6.5 rating, and we very effectively work with AICT for different initiatives. Next. So, for the past 1.5 to 2 years, if you ask what SmartBridge is doing, so I would say this is what we are trying to solve. Every TPO sitting in this hall know what is the transformation that is happening at the hiring side, or the companies that are coming for hiring. So because of this transition that is happening with the companies, we are trying to solve this, or we are trying to address this transition of hiring with the certifications or the skill sets that are required for the students. So if you see all these major companies who pick up major chunk from your colleges, they are now coming back to you. The same company 4 years back, 3 years back might be hiring from you based on basic coding skills. They have specific 7 CGP or something like that, and they're able to read and write in English. They used to hire 100, 150, 200 from the campuses 3-4 years back story. Same companies are now coming to the same college and saying, we would like to hire only if you have specific skill set in the students or specific certifications. So that's the kind of scenario we are able to witness. You all know better than us what is the kind of requirement these companies are asking in the current scenario. So in order to address this, we have come up with global certification preparation programs, especially focusing on top global certifications that are in demand. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide, next slide. Yeah, that's it. Back, back. Yeah. So these are the 4 different global certifications which we are currently very actively implementing in the colleges across the country. As you can see, Salesforce is one, followed by ServiceNow, and then we are also working with AWS and MongoDB for full stack development. So all the certifications whatever we are offering, if you see to the right side, these are the examples of companies who are having heavy requirement for these certified students. So whatever we are trying to do is we are trying to create a talent pool which is needed by majority of the companies that are hiring from the colleges. So if I dive deep into each certification and make you understand what is the kind of demand these certifications has got in the market. Next slide. Next. Yeah, so if you see specifically ServiceNow, in the current academia scenario, ServiceNow comes with 2 global certifications, which is system administrator and application developer. Every company which is coming to a college to hire ServiceNow certified resource, they would ideally ask for these both certifications from a student. So we are trying to help students get certified. If you see the kind of demand ServiceNow has got in the market, this is a survey that has been done by ServiceNow directly during 2023. If you try to understand here, in the year 2023 alone, about 42,000 job postings were made on different job portals that are there in India, and about 3,800 companies are posting these jobs, which are looking out for ServiceNow certified candidates. So if you see this report, you'll understand the kind of demand ServiceNow talent has got in the country. And city-wise split, if you see, with Bangalore being on top, followed by Hyderabad, followed by Pune and other cities. So this is only specific to 2023 year. So now we are in 2025, you can imagine the kind of demand that has been increased in the industry or in the IT space for the ServiceNow talent. So this is the kind of requirement company. Whatever is suggested, and of which we are trying to solve one aspect, which is global certifications. And he already mentioned the importance of global certifications. So Salesforce certification is the other one. So we are offering Salesforce PD1 certification, which is the basic developer certification that every company would look forward for. So as we are direct partners of Salesforce, we can help colleges and students prepare their students certified in Salesforce through various initiatives of ours. Next slide. Next slide, please. So if you see the demand of Salesforce, so as per the report, about 1.3 million net new jobs will be created by 2026 on Salesforce ecosystem alone in the country. So this is the kind of demand. So if anybody says there are no jobs in the market as of now, it is not true. There are a lot of requirements from companies. The only difference is the requirements are not matching with the skill set of the students. So if you make your students certify on these emerging techs or emerging certifications, then a lot of companies are in hungry to hire these certified resources from the campuses. Next slide. This slide, I think, very much useful slide for everyone. These all companies are customers of Salesforce. About 83% of Fortune 500 companies are customers of Salesforce, which means if any student is certified in Salesforce, they can definitely get an opportunity with any of these companies. So this is the kind of potential Salesforce certification has got. So it's the right time for you to invest your students into Salesforce certifications. Next slide. Then comes AWS. I think everybody knows about AWS certification and its importance. Cloud certification, whenever we go to any college, we say the same thing. You have to make all your students at least have one cloud certification by default. By the time they come to final year, by default they should have. If you see, AWS is the major player. Next slide. If you compare with other clouds and all, AWS is on top. Majority of the companies are using AWS cloud, which means if you make your student certified in AWS, it makes sense, right? That's the current scenario. So we recommend every student in an engineering college should have at least one certification, one cloud certification. That too, currently the situation is for AWS. Next. The last certification that we are currently offering is MongoDB certification, which is specifically for full stack development, that too for MERN. So MongoDB is widely used database across the industry. Lot of companies are looking at full stack developers that everybody else know, but if somebody is getting certified in full stack development with MongoDB certification, then they will have more edge in terms of opportunities or the packages that the company offers. So this is the kind of program that we are offering. Next. So these are the companies who have hired from us over the last 4 to 5 years. All these companies does exclusive drive through SmartBridge to hire this certified talent through us. These are the few colleges where we are already implementing this global certification. Majority of the colleges are already present here. So I would request anyone who is interested to make your students globally certified on the technologies which are in demand in the market, please reach out to us. We are there until tomorrow, me along with my colleague Mr. Yuktesh and myself. So please reach out to us. We'll be happy to help you out. Thank you. Thank you so much for
Thank you, Amit. I request Dinakar and Srinivas from ACE Engineering College. Please come and felicitate. Yuktesh, please come out to the dais. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now the last session for today's event, that is second panel discussion. We are going to complete this entire process as mentioned time, that is 4, but you may take 10 more minutes. By 4:10 or 4:15, we will wind up the session. Then I will give the announcements. Now it's the time for the panel discussion. I request all the members, please inside the hall and listen the important, very, very important session to all of us. Thank you.
We now move on to our second panel discussion focusing on an essential topic, the need for skill development and understanding technology trends to improve career opportunities. We are honored to have a distinguished panel of experts who bring valuable insights from various industries. Let us welcome our esteemed panelists onto the stage. Mrs. Sailaja Vadlamadi, SAP Labs, India. Mr. V. Srinivasulu Reddy, Tech Mahindra. Mr. C.H. Vamsi Krishna Reddy, LinkedIn. Dr. Murali Krishna, MSME. Mr. Sai Satish, Indian Servers. Mr. Nara Suresh, Infosys. Ms. Sudha, New Leaf.
Please take your seat, sir.
And to steer this insightful discussion, we are pleased to invite Mr. Venkatesh Addanki, Deputy Director, Geetham University, Vizag, to be the moderator. Sir, we look forward to your expert guidance in leading this conversation.
Sir, 2 minutes. One more person has to come. Give 2 minutes. Sir, go ahead. Tech Mahindra. Narayana sir ಬರೋದಿದೆ. Narayana sir ಬರೋದಿದೆ.
I would like to invite Mr. K. Narayan Rao, CHRO, KMV Projects, onto the dais to join the panel. I repeat, I would like to invite Mr. K. Narayan Rao Garu, CHRO, KMV Projects, to join the panel. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Ridhima Rao, Veltos, to join the panel. I would like to repeat. I would like to invite Ms. Ridhima Rao, Veltos, onto the dais.
Good evening all. Myself Venkatesh, so working as Deputy Director for Career Guidance Center at Geetham University, Visakhapatnam. So firstly I thank the APTPO Consortium and the CDP team for giving us this opportunity to lead this panel discussion today. And I am very happy to interact with the eminent panelists today. And very good evening to all the panelists. So as we have a paucity of time, so request you to please be brief and specific, and even my questions to you will also be brief. So moving forward, so my first question is generally from the past like 6 months or to 8 months, we are hearing that very soon the skill-based hiring is overtaking the general module of hiring. So my question is, how does this impact the major IT recruiters or the IT giants such as TCS, Infosys, Capgemini and Cognizant? And also, how does it parallelly impact the colleges? Why? Because generally as companies who hire in bulk, but whether this skill-based hiring will reduce that, or how does it impact the IT giants and how does it impact the colleges? So
yeah, maybe let me start. Thank you for having us. I know this is the last session for the day, and we will also try to keep it crisp. Maybe I want to change the question, right? I'm not sure how many of you are following technology. We started thinking about AI and now agentic AI, and then tomorrow quantum computing, and tomorrow something else. And all of you as TPOs in the room, I just want to ask one genuine question. How many of you were able to influence some of the kind of subjects you have in your colleges? Are the age-old subjects that we are teaching in the colleges are market ready? Are these skills helping the students in the colleges to get ready? Because I just went to the other college and I was looking into the cybersecurity curriculum, and I said, I don't see major domains. I don't think kids finishing after this, they told me the campus placement was around 20%. I said, no, I need more. So instead of looking into the market, I think now it's the time to retrospect, especially for the colleges, to look into. I know we cannot change the curriculum if you are not autonomous and all, but on the top of it, how can we give that holistic picture for the students so that they are market ready? I think that would be really most important. And when you are able to provide that niche, I think companies would love to recruit. Maybe not in mass, because the ecosystem is also changing, the technology is also changing. So we have to cope up with that is what I see.
thank you. Suresh sir, your views on it?
So I'll give a different perspective, right? See, when you're looking for a mass recruitment drive or something happens, right? Take example of TCS or Infosys, which are the premium recruiting for the state of Andhra Pradesh, the combined state of Andhra Pradesh. So if you look at them, they have 3 levels of entries into fresher. Freshers entry is in 3 levels. One is the normal 3.65 package. The second is the digital specialist, which is called in Infosys. The same thing is something in TCS. They give around 6.5 lakhs, and the premium one is the 11.5 lakhs, where we call program specialist. They call power programmers. So there are 3 levels. The first intake is they test on their basics. If they are very good into the basics, they enter into this 3.65. Within a month, all these guys who got selected for the 3.65 would be asked to give a programming test. Once they clear the programming test, they'll have a in-depth of technical interview. If they clear that interview, they'll get into the 11.5 package. So if 100 people have qualified in the first set of interview for the 3.65, all 100 are eligible to take that programming test. There I see only 20% to 15 to 20% conversion into that. So 15 to 20% will get into the high bracket of 11.5 lakhs. Then if they fail that interview, we do a next level, see where they can fit into on a domain and other specialist roles. So that's called digital specialist role, where we look at how he can make efficient programming. The first one is from end-to-end programming. Second one would be the efficient programming. And if he's coming up with an efficient programming techniques and he shows that, then he will get into the 6.5 bracket. If he still does not clear that, he will be there with the 3.65 package. So it's how you nurture your kids to take up the programming skills, and we talk of a lot of latest technologies and other things. I don't see, at least at their level, to be in depth of the latest technologies. If they are aware of those things, we are okay. But I don't expect them to do a in-depth of knowledge on those. But their basics have to be very strong, and they need to be ready to do efficient programming. That is what we look at. So if you can put them into such a training of what efficient programming is. To be in a simple example for you guys, that if I ask a fresher to write a sum of even number from 1 to 10, give me a program, any language of your choice, write me a program from sum of even numbers between 1 to 10. The general tendency or any engineer, what he starts doing is, I take a number, divide by 2, if the remainder is 0, I go and add that number in a loop till it reaches 10. This is a normal way of programming. But if I look at an efficient programming, I just have a variable, initialize it with 0 and say plus 2 till it reaches 10. So when you look at it, the memory usage of the second scenario is minimal. So that is where we look at efficiency. This is a simple example which I can correlate how efficiency program can be driven. So we look at this sort of a thought process. If they have that, then obviously they'll get into the top rank. So you'll have to train them to get into that efficiency programming.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, all of you. Thank you, APA and Telangana, and I think multiple states you represent, TPO Consortium, for having us, all of us here. I represent EPC organization. We are KME Group, KME Projects. We build projects, civil infrastructure projects for the country, like airports, like hospitals and medical colleges, and also stadiums, various kinds of civil infrastructure. So from this perspective, we hire graduate engineers, civil, mechanical and electrical. What we look, the kind of skills, apart from their academic knowledge, threshold level of academic knowledge of 60+%, and then coming into the qualifying test conducted by our organization. So they have to qualify, and then they should be able to have what kind of an internship projects they have done during their academic stages. Based on that, whether they have the planning skills, quantity surveying skills, or supply chain related things like procurement, stores, inventory. So various kinds of things. The interview makes a, I think, major difference apart from the just general ability test, where that it would be a threshold level of test. As someone said rightly, I think it is the time to look for what kind of a curriculum we are teaching at the colleges. So that I think needs to be looked deep into it, and are we relevant in the current kind of a scenario or not? That needs to be introspected, and accordingly initiatives to be taken.
I think what sir said is right. Being relevant to the market is extremely important, right? If you actually dissect your question in itself, right, there are two things to it. One is the cause, right, and the other one is the effect, right? Whatever symptom that we're trying to address, which is the change, that's coming in terms of the skill sets that are getting higher. If you take a step back and think, as to why this is happening, it is because companies more and more are trying to look at how is that they can get things in a more efficient way. I think that's the bottom line. It can be AI, it can be IoT, it can be digital, whatever, right? Now, how is that, coming back to your question, how is that the students, or the colleges can get ready for that is like the way, like my co-panelist said, one is staying relevant. Now, how do you stay relevant? That's to, that will come from actually understanding what all these companies hire, right? Now, how do they understand? They need to understand the skill taxonomy that are relevant to each of these companies, and where do they get that? I think there are multiple platforms of it. LinkedIn happens to be one of such platforms. If you look at the jobs that are getting hired for, that the companies are posting, or if you look at the trends, in these particular organizations, and ma'am pointed out a very, very important thing. Is it based on the trends in the market, should you change your curriculum? I think yes, right? Because it is extremely important. You can't run away from it. One, either you have to equip your own faculty or now we are all talking about professors of practice, right? I think it's high time now, because like I advocate this quite a bit, that colleges should start encouraging professors of practice, because they are the ones who will bring relevance in terms of the curriculum that is needed for the for the institutions. So I think that's a very strong practice that one should inculcate in their curriculum.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, and good afternoon all. Myself is Sudha. I'm MD of New Leaf. I'm leading 6 states of upskilling. We have 100 institutions and 7 universities across India. So for this, everybody from this market, we discussing how we can fill this gap. So to cover that, actually, I have a triangle model. I usually propose all the institutions this triangle model, which means, see, from the triangle, corporate people should go with this inverse triangle, and when the first year starts, college professors are in this level. So when they move to final year, their responsibility should increase, but their activity should get reduced, where this end, when they are in the first level, the upskilling slowly started from inculcating this level, this point of level, and when they come to final year, their involvement must be in the higher rate. So then, even this year, whatever we speak may be the trend, but after 4 years, when they are in the first year, we speaking these trends in technology. But when they are put up to the final year, that trends in technology is changing. To overcome this gap, when they are in the small point, they started to analyzing what that particular trend, and they would be good in all those basics. But parallelly, when they comes to final year, they understand what that actual trend is. According to that, they would be, understanding and going ahead. So universally, what I feel, students, though good in coding, they fail to articulate their story. So when they are in the first year, we have to, ensure the international standard of B1 and B2 level to enhance their communication. Parallelly, when they are in the second level, second year, we slowly started inculcating their coding level. And when they come to final year, we obviously that recent trends and technology can be involved, and global certification can be more impactful. So this is the way unless until we keep upskilling as a mandatory program from the first year, we couldn't reach the standard what the company is expecting standard in just 30 days of training, just 45 days of training. This shortcut wouldn't work out. So this organic growth really helpful for all the industry and all the institutions to reach this mark. Yeah, this is my point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you, Vamsi Garu. You brought a new point that the professor of practice should be made enable in all the universities and the colleges, like part and also the perspectives of the management and other things. Thank you so much on it. And Sudha ma'am, so continuing on your view,
Yep.
so recently, like not recently, generally we see that majority of the students now are using the Coursera platform and Udemy
Yes.
platform and
Yes.
completing different types of courses.
Yes.
But as a placement officers, we observe that majority of them, they are just going through and completing the course within 8 hours course or a week's course or a like 10 days course. So will those courses are actually helping those students to understand the concept in detail? So as leading a training organization, so I just want to understand your views on it.
No, sir.
So
It's kind of a junk food. It's also it's affect the health too. So such a way, working in 10 days of campaign and getting the short term of certification wouldn't be really grateful, sir. Because, sir, actually during the moment of interview time, they're performing well and the companies get recruiting them. But when they comes to onboarding time, they really feel challenged. And nowadays, even company itself doesn't have a much time to put much investment on training them. So while joining itself, they basically expects average level of understanding to going ahead to joining with them. So such hands, this really wouldn't be helpful. So that's what organic growth is most important. Definitely, they have to invest from the first year to year on year for upgrading the skills.
I think I don't want to promote LinkedIn here, but then she gave me a compelling reason to actually talk about it. One of the main reason, at LinkedIn we have two different business verticals. One is the corporate vertical, the other one is the ANG vertical, wherein we predominantly cater to most of the institutes, right? The very reason why it was founded is because of what ma'am said, corporates now do not want to invest a lot of time on training. They want
Exactly.
the resources to be ready even before they enter the campus. Now, how our team came into existence is because we as LinkedIn as a platform, right? We sit on a ton of data, right? Like most of the corporates, we know what exactly they want. And when we map those skills, we created learning courses just to cater to those skill needs, right? And that's how the team came into existence, right? So it's in a way the requirement of the corporate created a need in the market, and then we came into existence, which is helping the students to get ready with those skills that are essential for them to be job ready, to be employable. So thanks for bringing that up.
Thank you, sir.
thank you. So anybody wants to comment? So thank you, ma'am. And today morning, so one of our panel member spoke about the contest-based hiring. Like generally we see in TCS, CodeVita, or Nginx in TCS, or for example InfyTQ in Infosys and all. So will this contest-based hiring will rule the market in future? So I just want to understand your views on it.
If you look at why InfyTQ came into existence, right? There are certain young kids with innovative knowledge, but they are not good at their regular academics, the raw talent, right? So which then they have innovative ideas. So that's where InfyTQ came into existence. When we do our regular hiring, we do the regular percentage of 68 cutoff in engineering and the regular cutoff and other things. But we also want to tap into the group where they're innovative but not good at academics. So we want to give them a chance and give them a training platform and show their training skills and their project or innovation skills in that training platform, and make sure that they can be part of the corporate world. So that's where how InfyTQ came into existence, to tap the other left out talent in the colleges. So that's where we thought, let's give them an opportunity. Just neglecting them does not make any sense for us. We would get innovative ideas from them, and that's a very successful platform for us. We have got very good innovative college but did not take it seriously, this is the time you can take it seriously and give them a chance to showcase their talent in the corporate world.
Any views on it?
No, I think what sir said is very contextual, right? If you, there are two ways of looking at it. You know, when you look at contest-based hiring, right? One of the trend that we've been kind of observing is most of the companies are embracing it. Like if you look at most of the product companies are here, or even the GCCs that I'm talking about, most of them are now getting onto platforms wherein they want to attract the best of the best talent available across various geographies. So what are they trying to solve for? You know, when in the past, right, companies used to stick to a certain preferred set of colleges, right? Could be IITs or whatever, you know, NITs, whatever. Now slowly they started venturing out to tier 1 colleges. Now I think thanks to COVID in a way, now companies have started looking beyond this set of colleges, right? Technology has enabled it in a big way.
Yes, sir.
Right? And that's how the entire concept of contest-based hiring is coming into vogue now, right? Is it helping students? Absolutely yes. You know, there are so many students out there, like Mr. Babji was talking about, helping students from rural background to get picked up by some of the best organizations. It's happening, you know, it is visible for all of us to see. The change is already taking place. The students from rural background, actually they're giving a run for money even to some of the brightest minds out there in the cities, right? So it is in a way democratizing opportunity, right? And then helping students get picked up. I think it's a welcome change, I would say.
Thank you, sir. So my question to Sailaja ma'am. So from the past 3 to 4 years, we generally observe majority of the parents who are getting into universities for admissions. They want their wards to be into computer science engineering only. From past 2 years, we find a slight difference in it. Like some of the parents are also thought-provoking into the cyber security domain or the AI or ML domain. But we keep on hearing from different parents, and the students also say that sir, the hiring ratio when compared to the normal CSC hiring for especially cyber security, AI and ML is too low. So how can we as a placement officers or the universities can overcome and we can work on it? Because you are already there in the part.
I have a very good example to share. Once I went to one of the colleges and one of the students really want to meet me. Then he just greeted me and then I got busy, and later in the day I was asking, so how about you, are you placed? He's like, yes ma'am. What's your package? I think he said some 3-4 lakhs, I don't remember exactly. Then just that you're shadowing me, would you like to shift into cyber security? He's like, yeah ma'am, but if, you know, all those things are coming up. I said, the company you got in, maybe you get 10% incremental. Maybe if you get into cyber security, immediately you may not get 15, 20, 30, 40 lakhs that I'm seeing on your banners, but I will bet you today, if your friend is picking up a job which I am offering today, referring him, he will be 5x or 6x in the next 5 years.
Exactly.
Because when I started my career in the initial days, I have a lot of struggle even in the larger company to explain everyone why security is important, why we have to integrate this into our day-to-day process of our product developments, right? But now it has become the household talk because thanks to hackers in a way, attackers, you know, they are targeting everyone, like the retired, the youngsters, the children, the women, and all of us are vulnerable to a larger extent. I think one message to all of them is there is a huge pain when it comes to people losing money because of greed or whatsoever. Whenever there is a huge challenge rate, there's a big opportunity over there. And if you see, maybe now the technology is getting into the political arena and all of the world leaders, whenever you look at Modi ji or the Trump or anyone, as soon as they get into the government, they call all the big tech companies, especially in US, and they are asking them how are they going to help this big country to protect their infra in the first place from the cyber attacks. And even when the war started, right, we all know Ukraine and Russian war, it already started much earlier in the cyber zone. So the war is also shifting the zone. So when we are talking to the parents, it's really important to tell them this AI, ML and cyber security are here for to stay a bit longer than what we all expected. And sometimes I also say, since I am coming in from cyber security, right, I also try to challenge the students telling, would you like to be employable forever, stay relevant forever, or because AI and ML is today, tomorrow quantum or something else will take over. As long as the universe exists, security is must. We need we need physical security, and we also have security for executives. You know, for example, whenever I go to any place, I am not supposed to accept any digital gifts, even including an iPhone.
Okay.
So I think now parents know there are a lot of challenges in this domain, so it's really important for each of you in the room to help them to explain. This is a large domain. The government needs it. The police stations need cyber officials. The colleges needs it. The hospitals needs it. Because maybe not all the professions are required everywhere. Now we are living in an era where at least you need a consultant to work for wherever you have your computer in room. That's wherein you need an expert, cybersecurity experts. Maybe we are not seeing that huge demand, but we have to showcase the deficiency, like what is the skill set in the market and how much more jobs we need. And I am part of so many panels, and I keep challenging everybody, telling India is a market. I know all of us in the room know, right? We have the youngest population, and the whole world is looking at Indian talent, especially in the cyberspace. And thanks to all the colleges, they have come up with cybersecurity stream as well, right? Even personally in my company, I keep asking my executives to shift all the roles here.
Oh, great.
Yeah, and they're also doing it. Because I tell them where in the other parts of the world they're struggling to identify the right set, we already have the right skill. And we have proven the world. I think the paradigm is shifting on the different contexts. People are not coming in here because we are economical. People are coming in here because we have proved we can do it better. We have, with Jugaad or without Jugaad, we have the power to change things well.
Thank you so much. Happy to know that the cybersecurity domain is expanding. Thank you so much, ma'am. And my question to Narayan Rao sir, as he carries a vast experience in the core engineering domain, so how important is this interdisciplinary knowledge in today's engineering landscape? Like generally everyone are looking at computer science engineering courses or other courses. So what is the demand that you expect in future for electronics and communication engineering, or maybe in civil engineering or mechanical engineering? Or what are the types of courses or the upskilling activities that you recommend for the students who are into their core engineering branches who wants to excel themselves?
Yeah, in fact, when we take people for various projects, different verticals, projects are happening like electrical transmission and distribution projects, power projects, substations, then civil infrastructure like buildings and factories, then also roads. A lot of expansion is happening in the road infrastructure in the country. So for all these projects, maybe they should, while pursuing their engineering courses, they can also parallelly learn this Primavera package, which is a planning kind of a package. So apart from their MS projects kind of a courses, they can pursue Primavera, and also quantity surveying. If they can really put their interest into how the work is, whatever is executed is measured and then accordingly billed to the client. So that is also through their internships. If they can do, that is really good. Nowadays, the latest technology, like using some of the IoT related things, especially the mechanical engineers, when we execute lot of plant and machinery or a construction equipment in massive projects, how this equipment is being used, how safely it is being used, how effectively it is being used, and how optimally it is used. For example, the cost on spending a diesel in running the various equipments, how are we measuring? There is a lot of pilferages happens. As you know, whatever there are somebody else who is there to attack. Similarly, whatever controls you bring, somebody is there to go that extra mile and see how these things can be violated and pilferages can happen. So IoT things like sensors and various equipment which is being brought and used in the construction industry are really, if they are exposed while pursuing their engineering colleges during that 4 years, of course, definitely it would be helpful.
Thank you so much, sir. So the important question, like, see, majority of the students are facing issues relating to the coding part. Generally, we see in universities and colleges, they say that, sir, I'm not so strong in coding. That's the reason I couldn't able to make it through to the placement process. So what are the other opportunities apart from coding in the IT industry where the average students can also excel themselves? Like, can you suggest some thing on it?
Actually, coding will be deprecated for sure, sir. There'll be in future there'll be no coding.
Yes.
Only natural language, whether it's English, Telugu, Hindi, whatever it is. If they just talk with LLM, it will give us the code. So in future, there'll be no coding jobs. Hardly 1 out of 100 is required for coding jobs. So what are the programming language? Here, I think almost all are using LLM. Either Gemini or ChatGPT. Is there at least one person who is not using ChatGPT or any LLM? Only one person. Okay, 2 persons are raising hand. Okay. So 3, are you sure, sir? Not using Gemini or ChatGPT to draft letters or to read the content. Some other LLM. No LLM. Okay. So around 4 or 5 people are raising hand. But I'm sure if they taste the taste of the LLM, they'll not leave it. Okay. So in future, right now, LLMs are generating text, images, videos, music, what's not. Today, LLMs are also generating genes from scratch. LLMs are generating genes. So in future, it's impossible for humans generating genes unless they have to invest some years together. Millions of years they have to invest to generate the genes. But today LLMs are generating the genes. So coding is no longer a metric to get selected in future. So it's not an issue. Even these LLMs are replacing 150 different types of jobs like designing, animation. You take video generation, story writer. You take what's not, almost 150 plus professions. They are going to use these LLMs and they will complete the task in better way. So coding is no longer a metric, sir. No problem.
Very happy to hear. So as we are running short of time, so I'll just wind off with the last question. So what components make India's skill development ecosystem very strong? So I need one of you to conclude on this.
If I put up in one thing, if we stay rooted to our culture, I think that's the way moving forward. Like having this humility on the ground, and I think kids having not only just the students, all of us having access to this phone, right? This gave us the opportunity to become slaves to the devices, right? It's only, and as Satish sir rightly said, right? Recently we had a conversation because some of our colleagues, kids are also joining engineering and all. I said, the future is only prompt engineering. You just have to know to give a prompt to one of the machine today, DeepSeek AI or ChatGPT or whatever, and it's going to be there. But if we stay rooted and stay focused, because the focus levels have fallen down drastically, right? Even because we can't watch a reel for more than 30 seconds.
Yes.
And I think we have to really practice that focus. As Satish sir rightly said, coding is not going to be a fancy thing anymore. And also we have so many discussions today, right? When students get into some internships, right, they have to understand the big picture, because I interviewed so many of them and they say, my team lead gave me this task and I did it. They don't know where this task is fitting into that big puzzle of whatever project they are in. It can be mechanical, civil, computers, or whatever it is. They have to really understand the big picture, understand the context. And we have a great inner strength because we have, India as a country, we've moved from strength to strength from the past couple of years after we gained independence. Having that and staying rooted to our ground will help us to really do well.
Thank you so much.
I think there are few other things that actually help our cause, right? One is obviously the demographic dividend. Given the percentage of the young crowd that we all live with, right? So that's going to help in a big way. And also, I'd like to compliment the government of India, for bringing a lot of reforms in terms of skilling. Even if you observe the latest budget that was out, a lot of importance was given to skilling.
Yes.
So when it comes to skilling, it automatically percolates into how is that the students or the young folks are getting aligned themselves to the change that is coming in the current scheme of things. So I think these three, they form a very potent combination. One is like the way ma'am said, the ethos, the values, the system that we all came from. Number two is the demography. Number three is the government ecosystem that's helping it happen.
I think my concluding remarks, as you are asking, as a TPOs, you play a vital role in the in wherever institution you are working. You are the while educating the students, you are also, I think, transforming them from college to the corporate. You play a significant role. So there are already existing bodies like National Skill Development Council and NSDC. Then also skills universities like TASK in Hyderabad, Telangana Academy of Skills. And they are also coming out with skills university now. I think Mr. Anand Mahindra has been made as a chairperson, and they are giving a lot of importance. If you can dovetail and utilize having a tie-up with these kind of institutions, definitely I think your students would have a more edge in what is happening across. Because these skills universities are going depth into the thing, what kind of skills are relevant, what is prevailing in the market, and what would be the future. As somebody said, it is a cyber security is having a lot of importance. It is a unperishable kind of a market which is going to have.
Yes.
So I think that such kind of things would definitely be useful, and all of you would be playing a great role in bringing these students towards that. But you should inculcate that interest. Currently the fundamental interest is lacking among the students.
Yes.
So that's where I think the organizations would like to see who is really interested to perform that job, not for the sake of coming and taking up another job and leaving. But we want a consistency and bonding with the organization, at least for some time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Suresh, sir, your views.
See, one thing, every 10 years, mindset of people changes. And I completed my engineering in 99 from Regional Engineering College, Warangal. So at that point of time, for me, job was a necessity. Today, job is not a necessity for any of the kids. So when it was a necessity, I had to struggle. I had to put all my energy into it to get a job. Today, I don't need to struggle.
Yes.
Since I'm getting it free of cost, anything that you get without putting your struggle into it does not matter for them, right? It's just like that. If not you,
Somebody.
If not X, Y. Or else I will do so. I'll become an influencer,
Yes.
Instagram influencer. See, I have twin boys who are studying second year of engineering. So I see that in them, and I take hard, at least daily 1 to 2 hours to make them sit at the textbook, in front of the textbook. And one bad thing happening in this engineering colleges is none of your lecturers force your students to read the textbook. Unless they read the textbook, they will not know what has changed in the last 10 years.
Yes.
So it will be very struggle for them to understand what's happening, what's the change happened without reading textbooks. And I force them to sit in front of the textbooks, and before the exam they bring all in one. Yeah, that's what you need to get that 70% or 80%. Then they start saying, you asked me to read textbook, I got 65%. If I would have read the all-in-one, I would have got 80%. I said 65 is sufficient for me. Because that is the 65% you have learned perfectly.
Exactly.
And if you look at my career, right, my 10th class percentage is 68, my intermediate is 68, my engineering is 68. I am a consistent performer, maybe 68.12, 68.34. But where I scored best was in the MSET exam. My MSET rank was 122.
Wow.
So why? What's the difference between today if I see these kids, right? they have 90 percentage and the rank is 90,000. Whatever I learned, that 68%, I learned perfectly. And it hardly took 45 to 50 minutes to complete my MSET exam. Whatever I learned, I'm perfect in that. And whatever you learn, you be perfect in that. You learn only 10%, but you be perfect in that 10%. That will make you give it. We have so many opportunities today. You are perfect in that 10%, there are 10 opportunities for you to pick up and build your career. But if you don't put that struggle, right, being perfect in one, that's what I'm struggling with two of my kids studying engineering second
They
year.
may be thinking why daddy's in IT.
Yeah. He says, what are you doing in IT?
Yeah.
What are you doing? See, and one more alarming trend that I see in the engineering colleges, all of you are fascinated to computer science engineering. I am working in an IT industry since last 25 years. That fascination of computer science can be there. And you knocking out this mechanical, electrical, electronics from your colleges, right? Tomorrow the computer science will not have problem solving because you are solving the problems of mechanical, electrical, civil and other branch of engineering. Computer science is a co-hand to bring these technologies efficient, these courses efficient. So maybe my request would be if you can start having at least one branch of mechanical, one class of mechanical, one class of electrical within the college. I know the investments are high, but that makes your college more, it's more capable of doing better things.
Valid.
And when you are doing your project, right, you're a computer science student, I want them to do the interstream project. Club the mechanical, computer science and information technology into a team, and problem statement will come from the mechanical guy or the electrical guy. The information and other things come from the information technology guy, and the programming skills come from, and all three together will form a team which would be more efficient than any one guy doing on the computer science programming. I am a mechanical engineer. I work for Harley Davidson, BMW, Airbus. Today I'm working for Adidas. I work for Walmart. All of these my clients. And I never felt that I was a mechanical engineer. Because when I was working for Airbus, I know how the combustion system works and how I can bring efficiency using my knowledge of computer science. I was able to bring that efficiency by reducing 10% of the carbon emission. Similarly, I was able to make sure that the engine that takes the ICE engine in the internal combustion engine, how do you control the fuel and air getting into the chamber, at what time what should come? Help me to increase efficiency of Harley Davidson bikes by 20%. So these are the knowledges, and if I did not have that mechanical background, I would have not been successful there.
Yes.
So advice, or if you are the guys who can push your management, make sure that you have one section of electrical and mechanical in the college. This trend will kill the entire engineering colleges in future if you don't have these two branches.
Sure, noted, sir. So we'll wind up now. So thank you, Vamsi Garu, Satish sir, Sailaja ma'am, Suresh sir, Sudha ma'am, and Narayan Rao sir for your valuable inputs and insights into it. Thanks for your time. So on behalf of CDP and APTPO Consortium, we thank you for your wonderful time here. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Let's give a huge round of applause to our incredible panelists for their invaluable insights and thought-provoking discussion. Your expertise has truly enlightened us and inspired new perspectives on skill development and technology trends. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Prakash from Lendi College, Mr. Justin Chako from Delhi, Mr. Ravishankar Aradhya, Mr. T. Srinivas Rao, Avanti College, to felicitate the distinguished panelists.
Thank you very much. Thank you, entire panel. Thank you very much. And finally, we are concluding. There are few announcements. All the TPOs, please listen. I hope everyone have your packet of snacks where you can enjoy during your travel. Buses, 4 buses are arranged, 3 for TPOs and 1 for sponsors. 4 buses are arranged there. So now the time is, okay, actually, yeah, anyone can step into any bus. You can do your networking, no problem at all. Buses will start sharp 4:35. 10 minutes we are giving the time because we have to go there. And one more thing, Student Tribe is giving T-shirts for tonight's cocktails party. So everyone collect from the Student Tribe counter, collect your T-shirt and come with the T-shirt evening. All the people please, and sponsors, APTPO Consortium gave the T-shirt. Sponsor has